In
Buggered off in
Buggered off land.
OBS. It was not configured. Apparently, it reset to something else.
Oh no.
Don't forget, everyone, to go ahead and reset your hero points to 2. Y'all should have 2.
Didn't we start with 3 last time?
Yes, because last time I was being a silly boy.
And decided to give one of us a third one for recapping the previous session, and then we decided to all recap the previous session.
Yeah, then
Yeah.
you all gamed the system by having everyone recap in bits, which, well, everyone got a free extra hero point, but that's not how it's supposed to be. So
Nothing is stopping you from being a silly boy this time too. Giving us 3.
no, I am stopping myself. So everyone reset your hero points back to 2. And I'll do the recap this time around to avoid any potential chaos. Although there wasn't much weirdness going on last time around. All of you have, after having having killed some wyverns around in the mountains and almost dying to those wyverns, you then perform the ritual to channel their energy into Wildak, giving him one of those titanic powers. Over time, whenever you went to bed and rest on your many days of voyage across the fields aboard the Wyrhm, you too, Wildak, have noticed sorry, that you no longer have 3 claw marks on your chest. Now, much like Vise, you only have 2.
Ooh.
Stop looking at my chest.
No.
We're just wondering what it looks like when you're all fluffy.
And then you all kept flying northwards. You got to another place with more wyverns. You defeated them, but previously I had made a brief stop at the city of Feld just then. And also, before going to see the wyverns, you had stopped at a tower, which had yet another puzzle, in which you completed the puzzle, but not quite solved it. You unlocked that new tower, wrote it down in your notes, and then kept flying up north. Once you went up a little bit further up into the mountains in the Ellisfolk mountain range, you got to the ruins of a temple, or a temple of old, that had been taken by wyverns and some hunters who apparently took upon it to try and kill the wyverns, but were killed themselves. You defeated the Wyverns, you brought the bodies of those hunters back to the city of Feld. The lady mayor of the city, she was incredibly pissed, but nonetheless, the people of the city were thankful for your service, and then they pretty much just, well, hailed you as heroes for the moment you were there. You were also directed to a traveler by the name of Marcus Cote, a
Marcus Pumpkin.
an envoy from Mythos, who apparently was starting to make his way towards the academy, towards Mergin, specifically to see about this newfandangled invention of the flying ships. As luck would have it for him, he managed to come across the people flying said ship, and he brokered a deal with you for you guys to take him to the academy. That's so he can talk to Professor Valdraff and whoever else at the academy to see if they can broker some kind of deal. That's so Mythos, the kingdom of Mythos to the west, can also become privy to the secrets delicious of manufacturing their own flying ships. However, instead of taking one envoy, Marcus Cote, and flying him back to the academy like you said you would, you instead kept flying north to go to the surroundings of Keppelberg, land in a bog, which was up until then plagued by basilisks, and then you decided to try and take them down, which you did in a harrowing combat that almost ended very poorly for you all. Once you dealt with the basilisks, you returned to the ship, tended to your wounds, and started to make plans, apparently, to return to the academy. And I believe that is where we left off last time around.
Yep.
It's such a shame Huldak didn't get to remove the petrified condition from anyone.
Yes.
Well, he got petrified himself.
Yeah, but he didn't
That
remove
doesn't
it from
count
himself.
as me removing it.
No, he doesn't. In any case, what is the plan? Are you guys indeed going back to Mergin by flying through the ley lines? Are you going down the river towards Braceback and then seeing what you do from then onwards? What's the plan?
I'm thinking that we're just going to fly back because we said that we were going to stop by the other tower along the way. Am I remembering incorrectly?
It's been 2 weeks.
Trying to think.
I think we tried to do a multi thing in.
Weren't we
yes.
going to stop by the one above Briesbeck?
Oh, because there's... the only real reason I'd think of going there is because it's very far away from the ley line, which is odd for towers to travel roughly along ley lines.
Right.
That's about it. Otherwise, I think we should head back because much as I'd want to get rid of those wyverns, good God, I just realized there's still 2 of them left over there. People of Feld did say that that's less of a problem. And it's... yeah, I don't know. It's gonna murder more wyverns, I guess, otherwise. But I think we should get our guest back to the academy in relatively short order.
I mean, I'm just wanting to know what we're going to do, because if we go back along the road, we're going to be burning that Oni's soul. There's no way I can keep up with that charge.
Yeah, I'm getting somewhere near a more efficiency solution, but yeah, I think we should probably just take the zigzaggy route.
All right, then back along the ley lines, and we'll use that and then go back to Mergen.
Okay, so you're making no stops along the way. You're just following the ley lines until you arrive back at Mergen, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You can
I'll
power up
start-
there and then go exploring again. So you know.
I'll start charging as soon as we get underway, because we're going to need it.
You definitely are. It's a lot of distance, lots of cosmic that will need to be burned to get there. So the ship, the Wyrhm, takes off, and you start flying back. So Wildek, you can already give me your delicious charging check.
So I'm going to put a 3rd level spell into it.
All right.
Putting sign of
Put your
conviction.
bag into it. Yes.
Yes. And is anybody helping me?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me check how good on spells I am before I come into spells. I guess I could.
All right.
Are we expecting any battle? No. So I can use my 3rd level spell slot, right? Yes.
Goodbye, my last level 2nd spell. Oh,
So
I
that
did a
didn't
main
work.
check. I'm stupid.
You did a main check?
Yes, I rolled a main check instead.
No, you want a second.
Oh well,
You can just
doesn't matter. It would
11
still be
still
11,
counts.
so
lower
Yeah.
the DC by 2. If yeah.
good meeting.
No.
So I've got 2 failures, Doug.
All right. Have a -2 to your main check.
I think you should reroll that one.
Yeah, that will not do it.
Well, he
I
does not
will-
have halfling luck.
Yes, I don't have halfling luck, but I do have hero point. 22. So that worked.
That does work, yeah. So Wildak, you were using a 3rd level spell slot, right?
Yep, 3rd level.
Vise, what was it?
It was 11.
No, level spell slot.
2nd.
And for Lex?
Can you
Since
just-
we're not encountering any combat, I'm using a 3rd level.
Alright,
Spell
third level then. So you all fly from Keppelberg to the Nexus next to the Leyline Nexus next to Feld, but then you keep flying down to this other one and you land nearby the place of power, and there are still wyverns about, but you land the ship in a respectable distance away, in case you need to quickly run away. There is time. But you stop there for the evening because it's some 3 in the morning and you all need to sleep,
All right.
lest you collapse. However, by the time are you charging the ship anymore before you do that though?
Some second
No,
level left.
I'll leave that alone right at the moment.
All right. So by the end of the day, you have traveled over there, and you still have 101 Cosmium in the ship.
All right, but we've done a long rest now.
Yes.
All right.
All of you can click the rest button in your character sheet, and the morning goes by as you all sleep aboard the Wyrhm.
All right, then let's fire up another one the next morning.
Are you charting the ship some more?
Yes.
All right. So everyone now back with their spells back.
Putting a 3rd level spell into it.
We'll give it yet another go.
All right.
How much cosmium the ship has in the first place?
It has 101 left. It normally has 300.
Wouldn't 100 be enough for a trip from
No.
here to Mergen?
No.
Well, then I guess we're loading it up.
Come on.
So I got a 21. So take 1 off of that, it's still 20.
You take 2 off of that actually. No matter how many people fail, it is still -2 unless someone critically fails.
Ah.
That's
But
a
if you
critical
crit
success.
success,
So you cancel out Lexus's failure. It's 21 for Wildak.
it's just if we succeed roll, not if we get more stuff out of it.
If I do a critical success, we would get more out of it, but we
Oh,
haven't done
okay.
that.
So ours doesn't matter in that regard. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's just to see if you hinder it or help the main check. That's it.
Alright.
So Wildak, you're spending a 3rd level spell slot, right?
I did.
Vise, you're spending a 3rd level?
It does say so, yes.
Well, I'm blind, I can't read.
And you're a dog.
And Lex, what level spell are you spending?
Same for.
3rd level, alright.
Also, you just colorblind. You're not blind.
Well, I have problem reading the font in the screen.
Ah. So you're font blind. Okay.
I might be, yeah. So, you charge 48. Okay, so you get to this other ley line nexus over there, or by your estimations, you will get there with only 12 cosmium left.
Fucking Christ.
That sounds good. We've got a reputation for bringing this thing back in on empty.
However, you're still not at the academy. You still need to fly some extra to get there.
Oh.
No.
You're close. You can still make it tonight. However, you would need to have charged it more along the travel. So, are you charging the ship
Alright.
some more?
We will
Yeah,
throw one more
sure.
charge into it. 3rd level spell.
Alright.
Same for me.
Putting my supply cosmium in.
Why are you casting spells? Why? Stop it.
Since they would be taken out of my spell slot, so I know I don't have spell.
You can also
click
click
in
the
and
little
type
minus
one
button.
less, but okay.
Your
Cousins,
spontaneous
people would know that I'm
spellcaster,
flying
he's
away.
prepared.
All right. I'm sorry. I guess. Question.
All right, so that's
He-
a success for Weiss.
Vice tracks his spell slots differently to you.
I mean, you
And
can
a
still
success
just
for
click
Weiss.
in and reduce it by 1, right? Or no? Like mine
Automatically.
says 1 out of 2, and then just press 0 out
And a
of 2.
critical success for me.
Ooh.
That's good. So, everyone's spending a 3rd level spell, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright, this will be a good charge then. So, da, 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 da. Everyone's an expert, I believe. Expert. Yeah.
In what?
In the skill check you're using for this cast check. So Vice is an expert in Arcana, Lex are an expert in Nature, Woodak's an expert in Religion. So you charge 4 more per person. That's a total of 48. Plus another 12. Alright.
Nice.
The ship will go... You'll be able to get close to the tower, but not quite to the academy with the charge you have left.
God damn it.
Right, one more.
That one is a Cosmium Guzzler. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're...
Putting another third level in.
Second for me.
You forget, you're crossing almost the entire...
True.
Silent Bolt! You're all dead.
There we go. I'm doing that the Regis way, spending slots.
Alright.
Roll up.
Aha!
All right. I just got to beat that.
So with that, you get a +4 total for this.
Don't fuck it up.
Not at it.
No!
You had to say that. You had
That's
to
my
say
bad.
that.
I'm so sorry. That was my bad.
I take it the DC is not 15.
There we go.
Much better.
Is 29 a critical success as well?
It is a critical success again, yeah.
Hot
Who's
dog.
up?
Look at that. Burn those hero points right up at the first.
Alright.
You need
Nice.
to go home.
You're fucked.
So at around 2 in the morning of the following day, you arrive at the academy with the ship nigh on almost empty. There's only 22 Cosmium remaining in the ship. But you arrive after traveling for the whole day. Because like it or not, this past day was exclusively just flying around, flying along.
It's okay. Dad didn't say to refill the car when we brought it back in.
Nick Knack will be busy piloting the ship but all 3 other of you, other than recharging the ship, you're not doing much. Is there something you would like to have done during this one day of downtime aboard the Wyrhm?
Talk to Marcus some and see, kind of explain charging the ship.
You want to explain that to him?
Well, I mean, he's looking about it. I mean, so, he kind of needs to know what he's in for.
Alright, so Marcus, still speaking that... sorry. The weird Mythosian dialect. Well, not weird, just different from yours. Still speaking that Mythosian dialect, he notices this whole charging of the ship that you all keep doing, and he ponders for a moment and says something equivalent to, "This arcane alternator, you say, it runs on Cosmium. And it's made of Cosmore, you said."
I don't know what it's made out of exactly, sir. It's something that they did off, in the workshop area. That's not my specialty.
Cosm.
He ponders for a moment about that. It looks like Cosmore. The construction is very similar to something I've seen before. Not necessarily in Scylla, where I come from, but in the nearby town, or city rather, both in Liaeum and Supacodis, there are these towers that are ancient, older than time itself, some might say.
Like the one we flew by there?
Yes, very much alike those towers. And inside those towers there's a construction that is made of a similar material.
I believe that's the pyre inside.
Yes. We have theorized that should be cost more, and the construction of that and this arcane alternator aboard your ship sounds eerily similar, to say the least.
Well, you
Just
will
wondering
find
if we
out.
should tell him about the other thing, or if we should just let him wait for a paper to be published on this topic.
Oh no! Wait for the paper. Wait for the paper. Don't spoil the surprise. You should be able to find out more at the workshop. I mean, the ship is maintenance. All happens there.
Hmm. You guys are telling him nothing more then?
No, I mean
No.
just sort of the overview of where. I'm not explaining anything to him. I'm just, there's power that has to be sent into the ship to do this. It's not just, you fly around and go la-di-da.
Hmm.
Yeah. There's some mechanism with the pyre in the center of the towers. It seems to keep the flames alight without any fuel, seemingly. Yeah, I don't know.
And
This definitely is not free.
you said that this ship flies more efficiently if it flies along ley lines also?
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about that coming back.
It means that essentially we have our own roads.
I wonder
follow.
about that. Because ley lines are fueled by magic. Makes me wonder if there is a way of reverse engineering said magic to fuel the ship as it flies along those lines.
Wouldn't that be nice?
So you don't necessarily need a... You don't need to have spellcasters at the ready, lest the ship is stranded somewhere.
Well, my research, if the voice in the sky was correct, not lying to me, says that that's not an option, apparently. Because I was considering that as well.
I'm sure it can be an option. Are you sure that you have exhausted all of your potential avenues of research?
Honestly, this is such a new field, I have no idea. I did specifically look into using the ley lines themselves for charging. Or moreover, the points where they seem to converge. Which also so happen to be where the basilisks and the wyverns are for some reason.
I would think there is certainly a way to charge, or rather use the magic contained within the ley lines to power the ship, so you don't need to do that yourselves.
I'll tell that to my dice rolls.
I can tell you there's many a family of engineers over at Sozia who would probably be very, very willing to take a look at that.
If you're so kind, please ping the map where it is.
Oh, it's the capital of Mythos,
Ah,
next to the western coast of the continent.
that is very far away. Okay.
The yellow one.
Although
Yes.
I do believe some of those many engineers have recently made their way here to your kingdom.
Oh, where exactly?
Well, this is just rumors I've heard. I wouldn't be able to tell you for certain, but... Are you aware of Alcis? An academy of engineering in Sesenfrey?
I don't think I am.
Me neither.
In the capital of the Kingdom of Nord, to the eastern coast of the continent. there's an academy of engineering and applied sciences and other things. Many engineers were, well, young bright minds from Mythos. They decided to make the trek across the continent to go to Nord and study in Alsace. They have a lot of innovations, such as the train tracks that have been installed along the kingdoms in recent years, recent decades rather. However, the kingdoms in between Nord and Mythos, they are not as friendly, so they don't partake very well with this sharing of technology and ideas and whatnot. Not to say slights on your homeland, far from it. However, many of those young, bright minds that left Mythos to make the trek to Nord to study at the Academy of Senfrey, not all of them made the trek there. Apparently some other have been enticed by different opportunities elsewhere. I've heard some of them stopped in Kyria, some of them stopped in Doberland, some of them stopped here in Solfac. And some even made the trek up north to Linia. I don't know why exactly, but I did hear that a lot of engineers from Mythos have made their way here to Mergin.
Oh, that's nice.
So maybe if you can find them, they have some ideas of how to properly use these new machinations that you're coming up with.
That sounds lovely.
There are many families of engineers in Mythos, and the most brilliant of them are the rat folk.
Of course.
So, if you see some rat folk that hail from Mythos, I would say there's a big chance that they are perhaps one of those brilliant engineers that may be able to shed some light on this mystery of ley lines and charting the ship through alternate means.
Got it.
Well, otherwise, I thank you very much for your hospitality and for bringing me here. It was a joy to travel along the Wyrhm alongside you all. And I hope that we can repeat this some other time. Also, I understand there's the fuel with which you use to charge the ship is fairly different from any conventional means. And I have no way to pay you back for this travel, but if I can help it, I would like to pay you back in some way, shape, or form for the journey.
Well, I think that that's okay. I mean, if you might be able to work out some sort of deal, that would be a good thing.
Of course. As soon as morning comes, I'll make my way down to Mergin, and hopefully I can work something out with the bank. They do have banks here, I assume.
There are banks, but I thought you were going to talk to the professor.
I'm going
Yeah,
to
I
do
think
that
that's
as
probably
well.
smart.
You can do many things.
I'm going to
Ah,
talk to the people at the academy, but I mean some direct compensation to you lot for bringing me here.
Ah,
Money.
take it from the bank and straight to the academy because we got bills to pay.
That's true. It's almost new semester time.
Very well then, now I shall do that. Thank you very much for the voyage once again. A great night, I hope you all have. And then Marcus
Thank you.
disembarks from the ship into the academy, trying to take in the new surroundings and see what there is to see, considering it's 2 in the morning. And there's only a skeleton crew working still at the workshop in the academy. Mostly
Yes,
people who
skeletons running around, yes.
mostly people who realized, oh, the ship is coming back, and they made sure that the dry dock is ready to receive the Wyrhm, so it has a place to land.
All right, I think I'm going to bed. I get to sleep in my own bed tonight.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. Maybe I can go and redeem this golden blob at the blob store.
The blob
yes,
store?
my favorite is the blob store.
So once again, you're back at the academy. Everyone can go ahead and give me a rest, if you'd like.
Oh, really?
You wake up relatively late for a usual weekday, quote unquote. Although it is your vacation, so you're just chilling and taking it easy.
So new classes start on the 1st, right?
No, on the 7th.
7th, got it.
So you have another week of downtime, pretty much. But there are things to happen now that you're back at the academy, because there are people who look for you when you're not around.
Oh no!
And we have a bajillion wyvern eggs to offload.
Yes.
Well, that as well. But
I don't
namely,
know what department could use that.
as soon as you wake up, back in your dorms, there's clearly, as it is to be expected, a knock on your door.
Oh no. They know.
They know.
How did they know?
Let's find out.
Probably because it's a giant ship parked in the garage.
Nah.
How do they know what?
Exactly.
The hell are you even talking about?
That we're back.
Well, your comings and goings are observed by a lot of people.
I see.
We make quite the entrance and exit.
That was the joke, yes.
In any case, there's a knock on your door early-ish in the morning.
All right. I open it.
You open it and you see Wildak.
Oh no, Wildak, you see yourself.
Another Wildak?
One was enough.
Not quite. You see, stood there in front of the door, Zobjan. I had to remember his name.
From the sanatorium.
He looks down at you, Wildak, and says, "Oh, sorry, you were asleep. I thought. Well, Professor Vitalilis told me to hand this to you. And
All
also,
right.
And also this. I don't know what it's about, but well, have at you." And
All right.
he hands you a bag of coin.
Did you
Okay.
finish the assignment or something?
I haven't completed my assignment.
You have.
Did I?
You did. You healed 5 conditions and afflictions. It's what I have
Good
written down
lord.
here, at least.
That's what I was looking in the journal to see if I had done that.
So you remove the dying condition, the wounded condition, the mental teleportation sickness, the physical teleportation sickness, and the sickened condition.
Got it. Okay.
In any case, you get 10 golden crowns, and the group as a whole gets 30 experience points.
Yeah.
Woo! 10 golden crown.
And we level up.
And
30 experience points.
I'm just having fun.
roll me a d6 now, Wildak.
Ah, yes, your hero point came in the mail, yes.
My hero point came in the mail, yes. 5.
All right.
That's 5 hero points.
So you're not gonna get an assignment from the sanatorium. You're gonna get one from the general list of assignments. So I need you to roll me another d6 to see which one of those 3 leftover things you get.
A number 1.
Ugh, the worst one.
Oh no! I just had the worst one.
So
Oh, that was from the sanatorium, I think.
the assignment that you get is from Professor Vitalitis. It says that a healthy body and a healthy mind is what you need when treating others that are not healthy of either. And Professor Vitalitis says that this world is far and large and there's lots of places for you to see, and you should ideally travel a lot, see what there is to see, and also get your constitution up. Well, get your constitution developing. So he gives you an assignment where you are expected to travel 200 miles by foot.
200 miles by foot? That's like 400 miles for a halfling.
Oh no.
So, he also gives, along with the assignment, there's also a little stone thingy. And, this stone thingy, it seems to be magical, and you hold it in your hands, Wildak, and then it seems to glow green for a little bit. And then you feel a little bit of warmth in your own hand. And then the color of this stone changes from this just gray rock color to a light blue color.
All right.
Is that a speed indicator for your mileage tracking or something?
And when you squeeze the stone that now has somewhat of a softer texture to it, when you squeeze the stone, a little illusion is displayed with numbers, and it's 0.0000 miles.
Oh no, it's a pedometer.
Yep. So we need to find out what the top speed is so we can barely cheat below it. Like put it on a skateboard and just turn it in around or something.
So the idea is that this thing will not count your speed, but will count how many miles you have walked. Will that?
Got it.
Yeah, I don't think it's Niantic's anti-driving Pikachu mechanism.
Just shake it violently. It should count the steps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion. Vigorous
Put it in a
exercise.
child's stroller and rock it back and forth. I don't know.
I wonder what happens if I walk through a tower light and go through there. I mean, that would be like tons of miles.
I think it tracks your physical steps.
Yeah, probably.
The note on the paper also just says, keep the stone on you while you walk.
All right. All right.
Well, you could just hold on to it for several months while you go about things in the city, and eventually it will go off.
Yeah.
True. They come up with some strange things at this place.
They're not about to give you money and experience for free.
True.
No, but they will give us magical knickknacks.
So now that that's out of the way, wait. What else are you guys going to do with your day?
That
Well,
is a good question.
before we leave back on the airship, I definitely think we need to figure out around the anti-magicness on that tower. Maybe Rags is available? Branislav, whatever he goes by nowadays.
I thought
Or
he was
such
headed
questions.
back to Lignia.
He was until his boss said, no, stay here and watch these two
That's
feuding
true.
dragons.
That's true.
I would ask one of the feuding dragons, but I don't think he knows anything, and the other one we don't want to talk to.
Well, why don't I go and talk to him, and then you can talk to Branislav?
Or something. I was probably gonna try and finish my work on stuff. Actually, is it the weekend yet?
It's Seeds Day.
No, not yet. Tomorrow is the weekend.
Although you are on vacations, so.
Yep. Well, the thing is, the travel to and from the town is free on weekends.
Ah, yes. You get your you get your save up on 1 silver coin.
Yep. If I'm gonna turn into a dragon, apparently, I need to save up my hoard or something.
Wait, maybe turning into a dragon?
I don't know. I'm growing wings for some reason, and I can breathe fire.
Do kobolds do that?
Apparently.
Yes.
You see, the real reason why Pathfinder 2 doesn't have Dragonborn is they just gave that role to kobolds and called it a day.
Ah!
I think
Yeah.
it's good, honestly.
Oh, it's great. I mean, it's true. They are dragon people. But yeah, I probably want to continue about my crafting thing and maybe continuing the research on the efficiency of our arcane alternator.
Alright, that sounds
Couldn't get
good.
it to charge, but I am close to something about making it more efficient at least.
Well, I'll go talk to the professor. Can I give him one of these eggs?
Yeah, I mean, we have... I don't know where we leave them, to be honest.
I think on the ship, we
They
didn't
were
move
on the
them.
ship the last time I saw them.
No, not where we left them, where we leave them.
Oh,
Who has use of these things? The baking department, I don't know.
The baking department. Boy, that'll make a blast.
the
Oh, man.
explosive department, yes.
They only explode if you stab them
Yeah.
violently.
Got it.
Then again, I don't know if lightly tapping them against the side of the surface while you hold it like a beach ball counts.
I don't plan on finding out. Well, I'm coming with Voldak then.
There we go. We're going to go see Professor Jurgenod, and we're going to bring him a wyvern egg.
Alright, you're there by the door to his office. He opens the door, looks at you all who are there.
We brought you something.
Hope you like omelette, huh?
Is that a wyvern egg?
It is.
I don't understand.
Well, I mean, it's like magic stuff, isn't it? I thought of you.
We hoped it was of some value.
Well, well, thank you. And he takes the wyvern egg, kind of holds it in his hand. It's big and it's heavy and it's kind of unwieldy for him, and he kind of holds onto it, pondering for a little while, then looks back at you all and says, "Thank you very much for this."
Oh, you're welcome. We took out the basilisks that were up at Kuppelberg.
Oh, you have?
We did.
Oh, that's good.
It is because there was a lady at Feld, and she was quite mad at the academy. She said that there was a lot of people that had died, and she had sent requests for help, but nothing had happened.
Well, I told you about that a month ago.
Well, you didn't say people were dying.
Yeah, I could have mentioned it was urgent.
I didn't mention it was urgent, but I did mention that you should not leave it. Have you been to Den Shaw yet? You do remember
To
I also
where?
told to Den Shaw. You
Oh,
do
no,
remember
we
I told you about another
the human.
Titan that apparently has the ability to heal. And
Right. I haven't been there yet either.
it's
This
been
takes
over
time.
a month, and I told you before, if these things are left to their own devices, bad things can happen. I told you that. I told you that if the
Girl, we
wyvern...
need to level up too. We can just fight high-level titans on level 2 or something.
I told you that if the wyverns are left to their own devices, that they'll attack travelers on the road. I told you that if the basilisks are left there, they will keep on petrifying people. And I told you that if the healing titan in Den Shaw is left to its own devices and its healing efficacy proves itself an actual boon, worst case scenario is that people would create some kind of cult around it. I hope you remember that.
I do remember it.
Yes.
But, it takes some time to get there, and we have classes that we paid for.
Aren't there like other people you can send to put out some fires? Like, are we the only 4 people, or 5, I guess, who actually kill stuff around here?
The other wardens I send to do other kind of work. The reason really I'm sending all 4 of you to those places of power is that you can deal with these titans, and once those titans are dealt with, like I told you before, these titans, once you defeat them, a ritual should be performed at this place of power, and I had asked you all to take me along. That's so I could teach you the ins and outs of these rituals.
I tried to get you to go along. I sent you a letter, but you didn't come along with us.
Do you get that letter?
I did not get any letters.
Oh no.
Are you sure you did that, Wildak?
I did do that.
How many Yurkonauts are in this academy?
So, have you been to a place of power?
We did. We went there.
Which is where this wyvern egg comes from.
Yeah, we did one of the rituals, and it was wild. There was demons that showed up.
Wait.
And screaming plants.
Yes.
You have gone to a place of power, defeated the titan therein, and performed the ritual.
We
on
did.
your own.
We did.
Open your mail, old man.
Which one of you performed the ritual? Or did you take Zoldur along with you?
Oh no, I didn't take him along.
Then which one of you performed the ritual?
I'm not sure actually.
I think
Vice
we all
did.
did.
No,
Wise
Vice did it.
He stops and ponders for a moment. Wise, I see. Well, like I had asked before, next time you do find a place of power rid of titans, do bring me along. So, if there is any problem with this kind of rituals, I can be there to help.
Got it. We did find some things along the way, though. Our good buddy Zoldar has been, like, I don't know, booby trapping towers.
Come again? Booby trapping towers?
Yeah, there's a tower that is east of Holen. Holen. Yeah, there. And it's got some sort of weird anti-magic field around it. And Zoldor left this note that basically said, if we want your help, you'll have to tell me about things. West! Sorry, it was west, yes.
The tower between Oklanas and Holen.
Yes. So we couldn't even light the torch, the brazier in that one. It almost crashed the ship because it lost power when we got close to it.
I see.
Ooh, question marks.
When you say that, I assume Lex is also there, right?
Yeah, Lex is there.
Yes, yes, yes.
Lex, you notice something odd.
I do.
You do? Would you like to know what is the oddity that you notice?
Please tell me.
Hold on. Actually, Wildek, you also noticed this. I
Ooh.
think. Yes, you also noticed this. You notice that Professor Yurganon, his eyes shift a little bit as he furrows his brows and looks at you both, kind of looking as if he's trying to recognize something within you, which in turn informs you that he knows more about that tower.
Ooh.
I assumed he did, but okay, good, good.
And he says, so Zoldur put a trap in that tower, you say?
Well, no. Well, I don't know. There's some sort of anti-magic field there. We couldn't even get up to it.
I see.
But he did leave a note that said he knew about this. And we should contact him and let's be friends.
That's what it sounds like, yes.
Yes.
I hope you're not considering entertaining this.
No, we were not. We left it alone and just went on. But do you know how to turn off the anti-magic shield?
Well, I would need to see it. Anti-magic is in its own nature something very unique, to say the least. It could be a spell that has been cast, or it could be some other artifact that has been placed there, or it could be emanating from a creature. Until I see it, I would not know exactly what I'm dealing with, and depending on what form it takes, the means to deal with it are different.
Could Could we see the globe around it, Doug? Could we see the field area, or did we just notice it whenever the ship went through it and we took the light spell through it?
There was no visible globe. The only actual indicator of this is the delimitation of the area is Vice popping in and out of his fox form.
Got it. I'm not ratting him out to Professor Jurgen.
And also
Though I
your
think the-
magical torch is also going out.
Right. So I'll use the magical torch as the indicator.
Yeah.
And then there
And
was
my
a,
Eidolon poofing out of existence.
Right.
and there was a physical thingy there as well, I think, in the
Yes.
center that we saw.
Yeah, it like built something around it. Or something had been built around it. I don't know if he did it or not.
Build around feature, yes.
Well, I don't know necessarily what to do in that regard, but unless the tower is specifically necessary for your wardening job and your studies, I'm afraid it's better left alone for now. Who knows what kind of traps Zoldur could have put there.
Well, it's true. I mean, but that means that we're not able to teleport to that place if we decided to do that because we can't light the brazier.
Well, I suppose you can ignore that tower for the time being then, or...
Quick question out of characters. Did we ask Professor Juggernaut why he's so interested in the ritual after slaying a titan? I forgot.
Okay, yeah, because he's also a dragon and he wants to absorb the essence.
Yeah,
Did
I think he can
tell us
partake.
that? Or do we assume that? Because
No, he told us.
okay.
He told you that that's what would happen, or he told you that Zoldur wants to do that, and that's what happens if Zoldur does that. And because he's asking that, you can assume that that's also what's going to happen to him. But he
Got it.
did not tell you why he wants that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yes.
Yeah,
So
we don't
his
know
actual
what's
reasoning.
involved.
Yes.
So
He
we
wants
know
to
that-
tear up in the dragon aspect tree.
Right. So we know that Zoldur is trying to become more powerful so that he can control things, but we don't know why Jurgenot is trying to become more powerful.
Okay.
Well, thanks a lot. We just thought we would stop by. We came in. I don't know what we're going to do next. Haven't talked with the other guys.
Do you have any idea how we could get some money out of those eggs? We got a lot of them. And no idea how to use them. They seemed valuable at the time.
I'm sure that if you talk to Professor Wyrhm, she'll be more than happy to take it out of your hands for good compensation.
Right, sounds good. Professor who?
Professor Wyrhm,
We haven't seen that character yet. Yeah.
you have. I introduced you to her.
Okay, maybe I forgot.
Don't. The headmaster of the logistics center. The head
Doesn't
of
ring a bell, but we'll look
She's
it
the
up.
tiefling.
the head of the Department of Logistics, Professor Older Redum. She's a female orc.
Oh, orc. Excuse me.
The person that we talked to when we started doing our things.
Oh yeah. Okay, good, got it.
She'll probably be more than happy to take those off of your hand and offer you some compensation. She's talking to everyone everywhere. She might know a buyer
Exciting.
who'll be willing to pay a hefty sum for those.
Excellent.
Well, we don't want to take up more of your time, so we'll be off.
Before you go, do take some time and write down your reports on the basilisk, if you can.
All righty.
Sure.
For future wardens down the road.
Precisely.
Doing piercing damage and wings. Easy, done.
Those are wyverns.
Basilisks.
Potato. Yes.
Ah, yes. One's a
Yes.
flying dragon with a poison stinger, and the other one is a tiny ground-based lizard that does the thingy.
Yeah. I'm just being
Yeah.
silly.
But
I
is
can
it Dark Souls based tiny lizard, which is terrifying and a creature of nightmares?
It is, yeah.
Or not? Oh my god, it has two giant eyes. Fake eyes.
Giant fake eyes, yes, and tiny baby creepy eyes underneath those. So,
And the last sense you lose when you turn to stone is hearing, so you hear all the people scream around you.
Fun.
So you're done talking with Professor Jurgenad.
Yes.
All right. Knick-knack, what were you doing?
Well, twofold, since I probably have time for 2 longish activities. I wanted to continue my striking rune thing.
Uh-huh.
And then after that, I would like to continue thinking of ways to enhance the Arcane Alternator to be more efficient, or whatever the project ended up being.
What I'm hearing is that at some point you go to the workshop.
Yes.
All right. You do go to the workshop, and I need you to roll a d20, and if you roll 15 or lower, something bad happens.
Explosion.
I would like to re-roll that with a hero point.
Sure.
Nice.
It got worse.
As you go to the workshop, you meet Grangak. And that's the bad thing that happens. Grangak,
Can I have my hero point back?
No. Grangak, he comes to you, Knick-knack, and he says, "Oh, Knick-knack. You see that he's kind of hesitating. He does not know quite well how to phrase what he's about to say. You're friends with this blue dragonborn guy, right? Dragon King guy.
No. No, I'm not.
You
I don't like him very much.
But you do know of him, right?
I know him, yes.
Well, what's your story with him? I'm kind of curious.
Well, one, he's cryptic and weird, and likes staring at us.
Checks out.
And 2, just trying to decide what the second thing I want to choose is, because he's a dragon in disguise that wants to ascend to potentially an evil god is not a correct answer. God damn it, my brain is melting. He's annoying, and also he's vaguely an existential threat to anyone we know.
What do you mean? Vague existential threats.
Well, if you ever stop attending this academy, he can do things to you, like, I think it was the dwarf. The dwarf that was staring at me angrily, whatever, because he thought I stole his brother's gun or something. He...
Hegel. No, not Hegel. That's someone else.
That's one of the teachers. His name doesn't matter, really. The point is, he sort of enchanted him to come to me with a message that would, depending on my response, essentially have him be banished back to his home university.
Didn't Dueling try to throw one of your friends off the railings?
I don't like him, but I don't like what was being done to him either.
Also, are you sure about this thing of threatening me if I ever were to leave the academy? That doesn't seem right.
Well, that or he was lying when he gave weird, vague threats. Which is also possible, but I'd rather not take the chance.
Well, you see, I'm sure you and him have some kind of story, and I don't know how weird your story is, but I got to talk to him, and he seems like a swell guy. He told me he knew you and that you were good friends, and conversation went from there.
Classic narcissist, yes.
And this thing about, threatening everyone you know in case they are out of the academy doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, because he actually offered to pay my tuition. To continue in the academy, that is.
I suspect he'll want you to do things in exchange for that payment, yes?
Oh, yes. Obviously. But, he he wants to hire me as an engineer, and he's paying very well, enough to pay for the tuition, and this is a golden opportunity from what I see.
I mean, ultimately it's up to you. I can't control you. But I'm also not... we also don't have the best relationship with the one that he has chosen to marry, which definitely did not help our opinion of him.
The what now?
Lady Kestenbaum is a bag of issues.
Isn't that
And as Lord...
the teleportation circle people?
Yes. They probably want you to help with their monopoly on transport in the area.
Well, that is not far from the truth, actually. He did ask me for schematics on the Wyrhm.
Oh no.
And you see, it's, like I said, a great opportunity. It's either this or I don't have how to pay for the remainder of my tuition and everything else.
How much is left of your tuition?
Well, for this month it's 20 gold, and then, with every month it's ongoing, and there's only so much side work I can get, many side hustles to make up enough to pay for the tuition. And if I were to work for him for every month from now onwards, you just pay for the whole tuition and then some. So, and seems like good enough work. It's just simple engineering. Nothing too weird from what I do, and oh, rather I wanted to ask you if you know of him, because he said that he's good friends with you, and I thought that odd. That you're very well. There's no nice way to say this, but you don't seem like a guy who has a lot of friends. So I just thought it weird, and I wanted to double check.
I would not recommend working for him, but I can't stop you. I just feel like that something annoying is going to happen.
What do you mean? Something annoying?
Remember how at some point it was mentioned that we died and lost our memory?
Yes. Yes.
He was part of the reason.
Wait. He's part of the reason why you died and lost your memories?
Yeah.
How?
Well, he used to work at the academy, and was apparently a associate of ours and Professor Jorgenod's.
Yes.
And now those two really don't like each other. Which is part of the reason why, as I said, he can't do anything to you if you're a student to the academy. It's... Ugh. How to put this in a way that's not saying he's an ancient dragon and is trying to become a god.
So, you're... Is this guy into some kind of weird shit? Is this into slavery or some crazy nonsense like that? Because, you know, if he's doing some kind of shady work, I would want none of that. No matter how good the pay is.
He did threaten to have a police detective killed.
So he's some kind of mafia person.
Yeah, I can say that. Especially with Kestenbaum, they are...
So you're saying that him and Lady Kestenbaum, they're racketeers?
Yeah, let's put it that way.
Hmm.
Especially since Lady Kestenbaum hired people to loot the house of a associate that had recently died before belongings had been divvied up.
Well then, I do put a lot of trust in your words, Knick-Knack. I've worked with you for some 3 months now. I've seen how you work, and I'll trust you on this. If you think it's a bad idea, then I'll take your word for it.
I did hear that they were doing work on a second flying ship, and
the
were
Manticore here
paying
at
for the help.
here at Mergen, and I have been helping on that already.
Oh, is that not enough? Damn.
Yeah, the academy doesn't pay as well.
No, it does not. I think we've been getting better
Should
paid
you
by
out?
going out and doing random class assignments than anything else.
Well, the only other thing I can think of doing, actually, other than, taking job offers from weird people, is I try to sign up to become a warden.
It is 50% off. Technically, I think tuition is free at that point. It's just you have to pay to participate in the exams.
Also, the thing is, I would have to go out into the field and actually fight titans, and that's beyond my skills.
For now.
For now, you say. Hmm. Well then. Well, thank you, Knick-Knack. I'll take your words to heart. And, well, I suppose this goes without saying, but, clearly this guy is telling everyone that he's good friends with you, so some weird people might approach you out of nowhere, so keep an eye out for that.
Thanks for the heads up.
Of
And
course.
if you do sign up as a warden, do tell me, because we can probably take you along on our whatever's on the Wyrhm. It would really be handy if there was someone else that knew how to fly the thing, because damned is flying all day. Flying all day is exhausting.
Sure. I'll make sure to let you know then. Wait, did your pilot die again?
He No, he got kidnapped by an Oni.
That's different.
Oh yeah, but then you got him
Who?
back.
Yes. I think he's currently renegotiating his pay. Yeah, well, there's that too, but also just, I don't know, we'll keep you alive with the wardening. We've done well so far, even though Woldak turned into stone yesterday. Or the day before. Rather. That was fun.
Well, I'll look into it. Thank you, Knick-Knack. And, take care.
You too.
And then Grungak goes his way, and as best as I can tell, he will not be joining up with Zoldur Elder Watcher. So, you were going to be doing craftings and researchings.
Yep.
Alright, so the research part first. Let's get that out of the way. You, at some point, had procured a piece of Cosmore.
Yep.
And you're trying to understand how it works and see if you can properly fashion it into something that can, some kind of different arcane alternator. So to this point, I'll need you to give me a craft check.
Okay. No bonuses, so I shall just roll.
Oh, nice. That's a success. You put some time into it, and Cosmore has this weird, interesting property that you can reshape the stone itself without having it lose its properties. but certain shapes and certain ways that you can work the stone can potentially enhance its properties or dampen them. And you start looking around for other people in the academy. You talk a lot with Professor Mac Vander Fitzsmith about how to properly work with Cosmore, and alas, the academy doesn't have like a surplus of Cosmore for students to practice with and people to do all kinds of experiments with. So all of this talk is more theoretical than anything, but you get the sense that this research, along with the prior research that you were doing in the lenses, it is a weird thought, but you think now that you can make some kind of focal lens that you could leave the ship in the ley lines and try to focus the magical energy of the ley lines through this focal lens and kind of heavily blast this piece of Cosmore that is shaped in some way that allows the magic to get siphoned through into the ship. It's something ridiculously technical and ridiculously complicated, and it's not at all easy, but you think it is doable.
I mean, technically complicated and difficult is kind of my wheelhouse, so...
Yeah, pretty much. It is the kind of stuff that you will need the Cosmore, and it will be tricky, but it is doable. You think. You need to do some more research on that, but this seems like a possible prospect. So yeah, all of the useful parts of the day are spent on that, and then later on in the evening, I suppose you're doing some crafting to get more of your striking runes and whatnot going on, right?
Yep.
Alright, so you can go ahead and do that.
Okay, that is another crafting check. I want to do a day. Now, let's see. What is 6 minus 65 is 9, isn't it? Yeah, so I want to spend 35 silver pieces, I guess.
While you figured that out, Lex, were you doing anything else along with Wildak or on your own, or?
Oh, sorry, wrong button. I think we are going to try to sell the eggs, right?
Oh yeah,
With Wilbur.
gotcha. So you're on to that job. And Vice, were you up to anything?
I want to check on the new arts in the library.
The what?
Nerd.
The nerds in the library.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The occult department.
Club.
Club.
Gotcha. Alright, so
Halloween gays, yes.
So Lex and Wildak, you go to the workshop. You find Professor Redum, the head of the logistic department. She's preparing all kinds of shipments, and she's pretty much the person who organizes what comes up and goes down into the lifts to Merging and back. You see that there's just like tons and tons of crates that are being shipped up and down. And she sees all of you and she's like, "Oh, are you looking to buy something?"
No, actually sell something that's kind of weird. And, you know, we heard that you were the person to move weird stuff.
When you say move like that, it makes it seem like I'm Doing some kind of unwholesome thing.
No. I mean, like being able to find somebody who has use of it. We have wyvern eggs. Lots of wyvern eggs.
Oh, wyvern eggs. Oh, sure, I can look into doing something with that. Let me see. How many do you have?
I think we have 14 of them that are still left. I gave one to the professor.
Yep,
Professor
something like that.
Jurgenod.
14 wyvern eggs? Oh, that's quite a lot.
It is. It could make a bang of an omelet.
Can sell them by the dozen.
Only once, though.
Let me think. I believe... I believe I can sell those to Lignia. There's people over there that will buy wyvern eggs.
Oh.
I see.
It's a little ways away, but I can certainly find some people here in Morgan who can hold on to it and ship it over there. Alright, let me see how much I can take it off of you for.
I try to go for a diplomacy check to get a better deal out of this. It's like my thing.
Don't you have a feat already for that?
Yes, I'm an expert, and I think I have a haggler feat or something. I'm not sure. Wait.
Oh yeah, the haggler is to sell things back.
Yes.
Well, alright then, Lex. Give me your secret diplomacy check.
Oh crap! Sorry, too quick. Did you new one?
Such a shame that you did it so well, but it's
I
obvious.
know.
I can do a new one if you want a secret one.
No, keep that. She'll...
Are you damaging?
I'm just testing out my new gun.
She'll ponder and wonder for a minute, thinking, well, I think wyverns... She starts doing some kind of mental mathematics in her head. As I do that, actually. Oh, fair enough. I believe I can offer you 40 gold pieces for each egg.
Wow.
Oh boy!
So that would come
Sure,
up to a
take that.
total of 560 gold crowns.
Sounds good.
And that will pay for tuition for a month.
Yup.
Oh, very well then. Well, just give me the eggs and I'll be procuring here the means.
All right, we go get the eggs and bring them back to her.
All right.
Yup.
You do that, and once you do, you see the Professor Redham. She's back, and she has your payment in hand, and she's not actually giving you 540 golden crowns. She's giving you several platinum pieces. So
Oh my.
split the money however you see fit, but she's not like
54 platinum, 56 platinum.
she's not handling Wildak, the little boy, just a bag full of golden coins.
Hope we
But
found
it's
one.
not even a single bulk.
It's not even a single bulk.
Well, it's
That's
less.
the thing.
It's less.
999 coins weighs nothing.
It's less about that and more so that giving Wildak 500 golden coins is a lot of money, but also people at the academy have heard about the well-kept halfling that was almost thrown over the railings, and stories have spread and nobody knows for sure. Some people think they were trying to get your lunch money, so
Oh! All right, I'm adding 56 platinum coins to the party.
sure, go for it.
I did.
In the party sheet, right?
Yep. Party
Oh.
Academia.
66 platinum. We can pay for tutelage for the next month.
I know, right?
Is the party sheet an actual place or just like a
Yeah.
summary of our inventory?
So it's a bit of both. So if you open up the sheet, it has some of our stats, but then the stash is its own inventory.
Ah, well, we could just throw money in there because for convenience, right?
Did you do that?
Now that we can
Would
edit it.
I did. I added it to Party Academia.
Wait, no, that's
Oh, that's
No,
the wrong
it's-
one?
that's the
It
wrong one.
Whoop.
still
Yeah,
says
you need to-
170 gold. So
It's the
You need to click the
Academia party.
open. Yeah, so you click the box that our tokens are in, and there's the sheet next to the name
yep.
that you click on.
If you double click the party token that's in Mergen, it'll open the correct sheet.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that also works apparently.
next to the worm.
Got it. Excellent.
That does explain why there's no platinum in it.
Yeah.
That is it.
It says 186 coins, so I'm a bit confused. Ah, yeah, okay, there we go, there we go.
The what now?
No, it's fine, it just didn't update.
Items are out of order, and that's bothering me.
So,
There we go. No, didn't move. There we go.
Much
so yeah,
better.
by now the group as a whole has a shitload of money.
Ah, after the
Wonderful.
incident with the gambling thing, I think that was the right thing to do, yes.
I mean,
little
I
less
still
bad.
made a profit out of it. It's fine.
So, as soon as you're given some money, you make your way back to the dorm to split that however you see fit, and stash it properly.
Well, leaving it in the stash is good with me at the moment because we.
Yeah, just put them on a heap, and Knick-Knack will use it as a bed. It's fine.
Sure.
I don't mind just putting all the things in the party token, it's okay.
Did you guys know that somebody was saying that they were trying to steal my lunch money? This is weird. Rumors get started too easy.
I mean, you have a lot of lunch money now, so, but yes.
And to add to that little heap of money, at some point also, Professor Redham, she's going through the logistics of everything. She asks you, "You're Wodak Hartbrook and Lex, no last name."
Yep, that's me.
Lexington.
No last name is my last name.
Ah, I see. You have two companions who are not here. Can you give me their names just for verification purpose?
Yes, it would be Weiss and it would be Knick-Knack.
Last name for both, please.
Vice does have a last name.
Lutar? Weiss Lutar? And I
That's right.
don't know if Knick-Knack has a last name.
Yeah, Luther, I guess.
It's Knack.
Knack?
It turns out it turns out Lex and I are related.
No last name.
And she says, "Well, very well. There came a little parcel down from Morgan. I believe it's
Oh,
for
Lord.
the two of you, or the whole lot of you. Here you go." And she hands you a bag of coin.
I look like I'm picking up, a bomb or something, thinking that it's coming from Zoltar Elder Watcher. But then remember Marco going down there and talking about it.
Yep. You get the bag. There's 20 gold pieces inside, and a little note from Marcus Cote, just saying thank you very much for the ride.
Oh, well, there we go.
So I can add another 20 gold pieces to your
I
stash.
will add it to the party stash.
so nice that we're a party of non-prime numbered individuals.
Very convenient.
So, Vice, you go to the library to meet with the occult club.
The nerds.
Yep. Man, let me find a piece of paper with the information about the nerds in it. There's plenty. You get there and you see that the club is kind of underway. People are already there. They're already having some kind of meeting, talking about things, and then eventually, the little kobold, he looks up at you and goes, "Oh, you're back. Are you here to hear more about my Wyrhm configuration?"
Oh,
No.
As you see, I've done a lot more research on that, and I I think I've made some very big strides in it.
I mean, I guess that's good, but I like to see more of this club that is not your theory.
What are you talking about? I mean, in this whole club, there, everyone is talking about the occult stuff, but my stuff far succeeds that of everyone else. Clearly, they don't know what they're talking about.
Do they?
I mean, have you seen any of them do any actual occultism, anything interesting? They're just here sitting and talking about ego
No,
death.
and I haven't seen you do the same.
What do you mean? I've come up with the working configuration. They didn't even come up with their own theory about things. They just read books.
Which is research in a way.
Oh, it's research, but it's boring research. What if you're not coming up with anything new? Then what the heck even are you doing?
That's the thing, coming up. To come up, you need knowledge. To have knowledge, you need research.
But I have already researched. I've already come up with a lot of knowledge. Now it's time to take this knowledge I already have
I
and
think you
reapply
just
it.
came up with knowledge, that's about it. There was nothing else, just coming up with knowledge, which doesn't mean it's good knowledge.
He looks you up and down for a little moment, and then it seems like he completely ignores this conversation that you're having, and then he just starts. Well, in any case, the Basperon, I was entirely unsure where to place her previously in my configuration, so I think actually, previously I had said that she's one of the many of the Almighty. She's the Almighty of reproduction, but maybe her element is actually different. I think. And as he starts going, one of the other students, actually no, not other students, other members of the club, stops the whole conversation halfway through and pulls you aside.
Yay, I'm saved.
All my notes are misplaced, which is good. Nonetheless, the person who pulls you aside is someone you're familiar with at this point, is none other than Professor Shen.
Oh my god, it's the Fox Boy himself.
He pulls you aside and says, "Okay, Verkin, your theory has a lot of merit, but right now I need to talk to Vice in private. He has missed a few club meetings and things through his wardening duties, and I need to talk a little bit with him in private about that, if you don't mind." And then Verkin is like, "Well, sure, I guess." You seem like you're in trouble, mister. And Professor Shen pulls you aside. "So, young Kit, you have returned. Have you managed
Yes,
to
I
learn
have.
anything in your travels as of late?
Don't think anything that would interest Zach Old.
Hmm. Well, how familiar are you with the Almighties?
Do I do the roll for it, or I just say what I know?
What you think Vise would know?
Not that much.
Well, I suppose it is.
They're too above to even consider them, so to say.
He knows that Pasperon is the goddess of cities or something.
Apparently.
Well, I surely have said that. At least goddess of community.
But if you listen to the Kobo with his theory,
A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Well, Verkan
Ah.
clearly has a lot of thoughts in his mind, and he's trying to look into the Almighties as having more of sort of elemental power, or some power that is intangible, and some concept that is just universal, but at the same time not particularly measurable.
I suppose they would have power over their own domain, so to speak. If that's what he means.
To a degree, but then again, I'm not here to entertain the Verkan configuration any more than I have to, other than what I already do in every single meeting of the club. What I'm actually here to tell you is that you don't remember much about Lance, which is a huge shame. And you were a Titan Hunter before, you still are, especially now with the Academy. However, there is some merit I have been finding to studying a little bit more of the Almighties. Even though they have nothing to do with Titans whatsoever, there is something or another to be learned about them. And, namely, the Titans, they do have an origin, and we seem to think, or rather, is what we believe, we have not yet found any evidence to the contrary of this, is that the Titans are originated from prime chaos energy, and the primal god of chaos is none other than Cosmi. So, while the Almighties have nothing to do with the Titans do have some deep connection with one of the primal gods, namely Cosmi. Which is to say, there is merit now to start studying the Almighties, because if history is to be believed, at some point they opposed Cosmi in the past. I've been looking a little bit into that.
Do you think the Titans were a thing of in the past as well?
It is possible that they might have been. That would also explain why the Almighties were so keen on banishing and opposing Cosmi. I did a little bit of research, asked some contacts, and one of the Almighties did not quite oppose Cosmi as hard as all the others. This Almighty actually was the one who kept the secret of how to imprison Cosmi, and did not share it. Safe kept it. Would you like?
Iglobuff.
You are correct. And do you
It's
know
always Iglobuff.
he is, after all, the almighty Lord of the Secrets? And apparently their followers, his followers, are very secretive themselves. Took me a long time to find out more about it. worshipper of Igobeth here in Rosenfeld is very looked down upon. People are not allowed to freely worship him, except of course those in Lignia, but Lignia might as well be a completely different planet insofar as how things are led here. But some decades ago, some people settled over those lands to the west in Nolan, and eventually they managed to get a city, a flying city, a floating city of some kind.
That's capital, isn't it? Isn't?
It's a city of Baal Nam. It's some kind of I have never been, but it seems to be its own kind of academy, much like our own Nova Arcana, but over in Nolan. It seems to be some sort of center for learning and enlightenment and other things, but also it seems to be much larger. It's a city altogether. It's a whole floating city. And if my stories are to be believed, they have an academic over there. Well, less so an academic and more so a researcher of sorts, a historian, a scholar, a preacher, some might even say, who's a worshipper of Igobeth himself. But you will find preachers, worshippers of Igobeth everywhere if you know where to look. However, this is the part where I feel kind of conflicted with telling you this kind of information. I don't know how real it is, and I would not want to send you on a wild goose chase. But this person, this man, he's a healer, a powerful healer, and there is a chance he might.
Is it? Is it the Hidden Titan?
I don't think so, no. But this man, he might be able to heal with your memory problem. You and yours, of course. Maybe he'll be able to restore your memories, if luck would have it.
Then I need more clues who this man can be. If it's not the Hidden Titan, who it is then?
His name is Nocturnius, and what I find really odd
That
about
sounds like the... I forgot the race name. Oh my god.
he's a Semphodine, yes.
Yes. That's what I thought. How did you know?
Oh, he's a worshipper of Igobeth in Nolan. Hard not to connect the dots. Nonetheless, I have heard weird stories about this man, and those stories said that this man has met with both Igobeth and Cosme themselves. That's some very tall tale, if I'm to be honest, but...
And please tell me if they were sighted on this continent at least. Because going to Nolan is, don't think we can do it.
And I know, and which is why I'm conflicted with telling you all of this information. To hold this within arm's reach, and yet not quite close enough to you. I just thought you were your own person, and you should deserve to know this much at least. If you ever find your way to Nolan, to the south of Nolan, and make it your Baal Nam, do seek out this Nocturnius, and who knows, maybe you can get some more answers, more than we here at Lance could do.
And while he's at it, he can restore the memories of one dildo Feldwang.
Har.
No, he did. He got his mind numbed by a book.
Yeah, and we were going to go to him to restore it.
So that's all I wanted to tell you, really. You're not in trouble for missing any more of the club studies. I just wanted to let you know this. And, well, you're a warden and you're gonna keep fighting titans, so I thought that to let you know also that studying more about Cosme and perhaps Igobeth could shed some light into those titans and maybe come up with some kind of help, if anything.
That is certainly a field to look at, since we don't really have much to research at the moment.
And I'm sorry to leave you with so much to think about with no proper avenues to research it, but you are a resourceful young kid, so I'm sure you will figure something out. Nonetheless, have a good day, Vice. And take care
I
of yourself.
suppose I will, but that is seen to be remain. Depends on others, honestly.
If you need anything, and I can provide, just let me know.
I shall do so if I have a need of something.
And then,
Nothing comes to my mind at the moment.
very well then. And with that, Professor Shen of Piavrov, he just nods to you and then walks away. Going back to the club meeting to see what kind of nonsense young Wyrhm is getting to.
What's this I hear about a virgin configuration?
No. Terrible.
So, with all of that said and done, is there anything else the group is looking into doing for now?
I think that's it at the moment.
I think someone has time to write up a report on doohickeys.
A basilisk. I'll do the basilisk report.
Alright.
Can someone help him because he did an excellent job last time?
Yeah, I did.
Well, I can help fine.
Sure. So both Wildak and Lex, they spend the rest of the day just writing a report. A book report on Basilisk. Field report, even.
Now you need to present it in front of the class.
And you juice the last one if somebody gets stoned.
For all intents and purposes, you go at length about all of the crazy and the dangers of facing off basilisks, but how it's actually doable at the end of the day.
Yeah, as long as you stay out of those jumping paths of them and the fog that comes up around them when they do that.
Step 1, don't cluster.
Don't cluster. Stay away. Range attack.
And don't listen.
Yes.
So, you finish the report, deliver it on this new type of Titan, and you get some experience For that.
Woohoo!
Who's not?
Delicious experience.
Norm.
So guys, when we talked with Professor Jurgenod, he again gave us the warning that there might be a cult springing up around the Healing Titan. That we probably really want to look into this.
To be fair, all of these things are urgent without, directly telling us, "Oh, hurry up!" So, but yes,
Yeah, it's a bit of. I've given you 500 different jobs. All of them are tagged urgent.
Yes.
Didn't you finish them in a week? Yes, thank you.
I used to tell people in my job that if everything was tagged urgent, nothing was tagged urgent.
Which I feel like is the problem we're having, especially when the thing tagged urgent takes a week and then another week to recover and get resources because we are out of healing potions.
Oh, yes, I know that.
Us being underleveled and things,
Yep.
So where are we going next then?
Excellent question. Well, Healing Titan or the tower isn't, in running away, so I guess that's an option. In Bryce Buff, the tower. Or we could look for engineers around Mergen. Like, they're supposed to be here.
Well, I mean, it's worth asking. I mean, that's an easy thing for us to do. Although if we go to city proper, you know who we're going to run into.
Fair.
Just go early in the morning and ward his chair against him.
I still think that would be funny, but I don't know what he would do in retaliation to that.
Well, if you do it secretly enough, he won't know it was you.
I don't know. He's got people everywhere that is working for him. I'm awfully afraid that he's going to hire one of our classmates.
Oh, by the way, he was trying to hire one of our classmates. I convinced him that that's a bad idea. Without mentioning that he's a dragon trying to ascend to godhood so that he can be the most powerful thing in existence.
Oh, well, that's good, because, we said that we would keep that secret, and Lord knows what will happen if we tell it.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one. I did also implicate him in our murder. That is a weird sentence to say out loud.
Yeah, don't put it like that, please.
And have you noticed that since we started doing these Titan things, like the 3 scratches that were on Wise and the 3 that were on my chest are like 2 now? So the Titans have something to do with this?
I think we decided this is Jurgenod's doing, since I think he was the one that actually killed us.
I don't know.
Because we are contractually unable to injure him.
True, but that's because we signed the contract starting up here.
Yes, and we had those contracts signed before we died. And then we signed new ones.
Yes, double indemnity.
So,
after death.
If we need to murder him, we need to ask the Dean to relieve us of our duties first.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I particularly bring that high in the to-do list, but...
Yeah, he seemed really kind of antsy that we didn't invite him. But I did send him a letter. I said that before we left, but he never responded.
Could
Is it
somebody have
possible
interest
that-
in the letter never arriving because there's no good explanation? Or
Well, I mean,
that
Yeah,
he's
I would.
flying-
I would say that Elder Watcher would not surprise me if he somehow prevented it from arriving, because that feels like the sort of thing he'd do.
You mean be nice?
Yeah, pretty much. So we'll need to grab him in person instead of writing letters, but yeah, I don't know. Unless we want to invite him to this latest batch of no wait. I don't know. But we probably want to take a stop off at the Healing Titan somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a week now, so I mean, now's the time.
But I'd rather do some supplying up first.
Well, I mean, that's a good thing too. I don't know how to make potions, but I'm game to try.
Step 1. Learn the Create Magic Item feat.
Ah, well, yes, I don't have that. That's for sure.
Reminds me, actually. I know what the relative things of the Elixir of Life is, but the next one's at 5th level. What level are we? 5th level. I could learn them. Hooray. Did I not learn it? No, I didn't. But next lesser healing potions are 3rd level, so they're easier to get. And I mean, they're relatively cheap, but yeah. It's like I could make these things, but also we could buy them. But the fact that I haven't I've been flying the Wyrhm solo has kind of eaten into my time to do things.
I can understand that. We need to hire someone. How about somebody that you know that needs some cash?
Yes, we definitely didn't forget our memories and people we knew. So yes, remember now. Who do you remember?
Well, there's this guy whose gun I have who's dead. Oh, wait. Well, my handy acquaintance, who I just mentioned, didn't get hired, chose not to get hired by Elder Watcher, might become a warden. So we might have him handy.
Yeah.
And then you can find out why we don't work with that person in person.
Yes.
Yeah, that's entirely dependent on whether or not he, I guess, does become a warden, and what time that is relative to us going around.
It sounds like we're going to need someone with us. Maybe the pilot is better. Maybe should we talk to him and see if he wants to come along?
Yeah, it might be worth checking to see where he's at. He's hopefully had time to mentally recover. / successfully renegotiated his pay.
Yes.
So you're searching for the pilot, then?
We are searching for the pilot.
All
I
right.
mean, I could learn have a craft of 6.
That is also an option, yeah.
I can't have magic people learning how to fly the ship. That would totally unbalance the relationship.
Mhm.
Nah.
So, do we find Meldum Jadre? Hope I said his name right.
You find the elf Melding Jadre, yes. And he's there in the academy. Not up to much, it would seem. He's kind of in the logistic department's kind of trying to leverage his knowledge of the land with the logistics people. You find him, and he seems kind of mostly just unsure of if something's going on or not. It's like, howdy. Are you going off on another adventure of sorts?
We are, and we're looking to see if you want to pilot the ship again.
Well, I mean, I'm not getting paid none to stay here, so of course.
Well, I didn't know if you had finished renegotiating your price after the I've been kidnapped by an Oni event.
Oh, of course, I mean. It is kind of a long story, but yes, I have done it. It's just odd because, you know, whenever I get kidnapped or something weird happens to me, I kind of have to go out of my way to get my mind probed by those arcanists to make sure that I'm not trying to, you know, swindle them into the security money that is deposited in case something happens to me, and I'm not trying to swindle them or anything, but this whole probing takes a little bit of time and it's kind of invasive. It's a whole ordeal. Definitely don't recommend it.
No. I mean, why couldn't they come to us? I mean, we could have verified that.
Apparently they said something along the lines of your potential accomplices and they needed neutral parties or something. And also,
So strange.
and also the timelines of the events were kind of odd because you weren't there when I was kidnapped properly, so they did not know whether or not you were gonna be of any help. Nonetheless, they did a little bit of you know, probing around in my mind, trying to look for my memories and all that kind of jazz. And yeah, I suppose they found what they were looking to find. They saw that indeed I was a victim in this case. They paid me what I'm owed, and then we negotiated another kind of insurance in case something happens to me. It's just
All right.
a little bit of a hassle, but I'm good. I'm ready to go.
All right.
Where are we off to this time around, gentlemen?
We're thinking of going after the healing titan.
So yes,
He
you will
doesn't know
be.
where that is.
So you will be kidnapped and be a part of a cult this time. Yay!
But
Why?
at least you'll have good health benefits.
Yes. It comes with
At
free
least
insurance,
until
I
it
think.
heals you into a cancer blob.
Oh, gee, that sounds like a great old time, I suppose. Is that
Yeah, no,
I think I heard that that's somewhere whereabouts of where is that?
Denchal.
Yeah, past Mount Charhofen, kind of.
Oh
Yeah,
well,
Mount. I can't tell because there's a sign in the way.
It's Mount Freubach. It's almost in Nord.
Mount
It's been
not appearing this film.
It's been a while since I last been to Nord. It's kind of a lovely place. Kind of cold, but you know, it's nice place.
It's east. How is it colder?
Don't ask.
What's the problem with it being east?
That's not how temperature works usually. It's usually north or south.
Yes.
It's colder because it's closer to the coast.
I guess.
Yes, that is called continental influence. It's a thing, but that's not important right now.
It is, since it was the
I don't know how geography works. Anyway.
In some terms, it is colder because the whole area of Solfac and kind of Daberland, to a degree, is kind of protected from some of the harsher elements because of the mountain range that stops the cold airs. But that's nor here nor there. Beyond that point, the Delphi thinks for a little moment and says, well, kind of at least we're gonna be flying around in the mainland. Sounds kind of nice. Gonna be up in the sky once again. Different from the other folk. Why, they're going south through the river from what I hear.
Oh, what are they doing?
I think they're, from what I heard, they're going down to the trade bay. I think they're trying to make it to Schlurken and then back. But they're mostly going to
So then to Schlorket?
Slurp me up.
They're going to be traveling mostly through the river instead of flying around.
Yeah, we did that last time. It worked pretty well, actually, with the ship.
Yeah.
Yeehaw. Sorry.
Haven't you heard of them other folks yet?
No, I haven't.
I see a lot of puzzled looks in your faces.
Are these bunch of engineers from another place?
What?
No. Okay, that's fine then.
There's the other group of wardens here at the academy. They're going to be flying the Manticore.
Is that a teaser for Sag's second game?
I'm afraid it is not.
Anticore Flight?
I am afraid it's not whatever you're going on about there, young mister. It's the other flying ship that the Academy has concocted.
Oh, I didn't know
think
it was off the ground yet.
Oh, it
Same.
isn't. The construction is finishing. It's meant to make it. It's scheduled to make its what's it called? Its maiden voyage on the 1st.
Oh my. I've really wasted opportunities to work on that by making ourselves competent in combat and doing things.
So Captain Sanfrin and his crew are gonna be flying down to, down the river, following between Kyria and Doberland, and then making their way to Schlurken. Or was it Purgos? I think it was Schlurken. I don't know. In any case, they're making their way down there and then back here to the academy. But like I said, they're mostly using the river, so this whole thing with the using the fuel and the arcanes and the whatnots.
Oh my god, they're smarter.
I hope their maiden trip goes a lot better than ours did.
Well, I suppose it will. They're not going towards any kind of places of power, as best as I can tell. And if they do, at least hopefully there's no owlbears to be had in the sea or the rivers. I don't think.
Yeah, that was a
There
bad
are
time.
shark bears.
shark bear.
Well, still, I'm kind of surprised you haven't heard anything about that.
We've been away mostly, and I would have heard probably if I'd helped to build it like was offered, but I'm busy keeping these people alive.
Well, that's more than fair. I mean, someone has got to, pulling the reins and make sure that nobody's getting themselves killed. But far be it from me. At this point, I'm just yapping at your ears. So, if we're going through Mount Foribon, I suppose we're gonna be departing early tomorrow then.
That is right.
I want to go shopping tomorrow while the weighing is free, but sure.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll wait until afterwards then.
Well, I'll be here by the workshop. You just come in, fetch me, and let me know when you are ready to depart. If you need, I'll also make sure the Wyrhm is all proper up.
Although admittedly, we probably don't need healing potions against the healing titan.
We'll probably need harming potions.
Yeah.
They do make those.
Really?
Can I just kick you? That will work as well.
Well, technically, I think they come in oil form, but if you want to fix up undead, it's the reverse of a healing potion. But they can't drink, so it's a salve. Anyway.
All right, Doug. So we are going to go to bed, then go down to the town on early tomorrow morn.
Sure. You do that then. Everyone sleeps, rests properly. In the following day, you all make your way down to Mergin by riding the cable cars. Once you're there in Mergin, despite being early in the morning, it's the weekend, so some of these shops are already open and ready to receive customers. You go to the market town and start just unloading your pockets and acquiring all that it is that you need for your upcoming voyage.
Yeah, so one of the first things I want to do is I would like to exchange my 70 gold pieces worth of lump for 70 gold pieces.
Sure, you do that. You find someone who's somehow willing to buy a lump of gold, and I'm not entirely sure what they're gonna do with that, but yeah.
I was probably going to sell it to a bank or a mint or something, but sure.
You find
I hear
someone interested in buying it.
I hear they like to convert things into currency. Yeah, so...
Just use a cookie cutter to punch out the gold coins.
Yeah, but then I have to remelt it. Also, I don't think it's legal tender if it's just a disc. Yeah, I think we want to get some... I didn't say healing stuff, but do we need healing stuff? Probably want healing stuff for later. So let's get healing stuff.
Killing stuff.
And killing stuff, I guess. Probably afford...
Yes.
Lesser healing potions. I don't think we... I don't think we want to spend 50 gold pieces for moderate healing potions yet. But 12 gold for 2d8 plus 5 sounds good. Am I the only one caring about shopping? Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Fine then, I will buy all the ancient dragon skulls etched with mystic sigils.
Do what your heart desires.
So, while shopping is being done, most of you mostly following Knick-Knack from what I gather. Knick-Knack is just kind of pulling you all along and you're just following him. Vice,
Dispassionately, yes.
It's me.
you entering one of the stores along everyone else, and as you're kind of just there, you see a familiar face.
Oh no. Oh yes? We'll see.
You see the red tiefling who notices you, and then he goes up to you. Well, it's been quite a while since we've last seen one another.
Yeah, it's a person I definitely know. How's the wife and kids?
This is an alright environment. You don't need to speak in any kind of code. Just relax. You're not in trouble. Like I said before, I am not here to arrest you. I want to work alongside you.
That's the police
It's
officer.
that person.
That sounds trustworthy.
Well, you're alive at least.
So, I don't
Short
suppose...
Elder, you went to Elder's Watcher's place. Wonder if you know he planned to kill you. Which he openly admitted to us.
I had a suspicion that suddenly I'm here in Mergen looking to investigate the Cast and Bones, and suddenly I'm invited to a formal dinner party with them. I would think my head was on the line, hence why I was very cautious about it, and then after that happened, I decided to lay low for a little while. But not inactive. I was doing a little bit of research and a little bit of searching, and I came up with some interesting things.
Oh?
Like?
What you came up with?
I think I have a lead of sorts. You are aware that there are criminals in every big city, right?
Well, yes.
It's no different here in Mergen.
I mean, yes, Niklak is a criminal.
I don't
Look
mean...
at him, how criminally cute he is.
I don't
Boy.
mean... I don't mean arsonists, I mean smugglers and slavers and all other kind of things. I have come to know that
They all did, even the dragons.
there's a lot of unwholesome elements in the city that are doing all kinds of little dealings, and yet the name Castenbone is never connected to any of those as best as I can tell, until something interesting came up.
They probably use different name or childhood company or something.
Well,
Daughter, sister, how do you call it? Terms.
you see, the Castenbone family has been making some hefty donations to this engineering institute of sorts, and as best as we could tell, is an institute that maintains and operates their teleportation circles all over the kingdom. However, it does have headquarters here in the city, in Mergen, and if you look at that headquarters, it's rather big, but the amount of funding that it's getting from the custom bonds is too generous for the size of the operation that they're running, which makes me think some of that money is going elsewhere. So I started looking a little bit more into this engineering institute of an Arcanism Institute. And as luck would have it, recently they have hired a bunch of foreigners to work with them. Some rat folk travelers from Mythos.
Oh no!
What we heard about.
That's the
Don't say that out
engineers.
loud.
And these travelers, they made their way here, got hired by this institute to work with the what's it called? The teleportation circle maintenance and service, but they're not necessarily ever seen around. I have tried to pay attention to the city of Merging altogether, and while there are rat folk being employed here in Mergen, no tavern keep ever sees any rat folk walking around of this kind, more specifically. They don't have housing in the city, they don't have lodgings in the city, and yet they are being employed and working here, if the money trail is to be believed.
It might be teleporting, but it's just a hunch.
I don't think the teleporting would work, because I also have tried to inquire with some of my contacts in the other cities, and nowhere else in Sofok rat folk are just showing up out of nowhere. Unless, of course, they have some hidden teleportation circle that I'm not aware of,
That's probably, yes.
which is a possibility. But there's another possibility. I did say that those criminal groups that operate here in Merging are not involved with the custom bonds, but I was thinking, maybe, even if they're not involved directly, they are aware of what is going on with the custom bonds, because my thought is, this institute and the rat folk, they live underground, in the sewers and the tunnels running underneath the city. But of course, the sewers, the tunnels, all of those things, the parts that are not properly controlled by the government itself, all the services that the city provides, there is a lot of smugglers that do use those tunnels. There's a lot of criminals that move around those sewers. And if those people were coming into contact with, well, the people from the Institute, I'm sure they would turn up dead at some moment, but they are not. Which leads me to believe that they are aware of that, and they're letting it slide for some reason. And of course, the casting balls have money, and it's not like they couldn't be buying them off in some unseen way. Nonetheless, my thought is, maybe they have brokered some kind of deal, and the way that the custom bonds are working in things unseen is that they're doing it on the undergrounds of the town, namely through the sewers and the tunnels, everything else. And I'm still trying to figure out the tiniest bits and spots of it, but I'm afraid that I do foresee in your futures a foray into the sewers.
I'm
Don't
down.
trouble
Sounds
that.
good.
Just the place I want to be, the sewer.
Make it
Better to
sound
be
like
in
it's some kind
sewers
of
than in
punishment.
jail, right, Knick-Knack?
I don't have a problem with the sewer. Why
Yeah, I
you
don't know
feel
what
like
you
that?
guys choose.
So, I assume you're off to somewhere. It's been kind of hard trying to get in touch with you. What with your wardening jobs taking you all over the place, but I assume I'll be seeing you soon, and once we do see one another, that is, if I have some more information, I'll let you know. And then we can finally start our little operation to see if we can take down the custom bones. Or at least discover what they're up to.
That would be a good thing.
Sure.
I
Fuck 'em.
know they're up to
I'm done.
no good.
Of course,
I
I
guess
also
I can
don't want to send you
add.
to a death
I
trap.
guess I can add all the engineers that they hired not being seen anywhere to the list of reasons not to work with them. My cohort.
So, I don't want to send you to a death trap, but I'm going to try and come up with some... Trying to make some contacts, make some friends, maybe grease a few hands here and there, to try and uncover what the schedules and the routes in the underground is, so I know where and how to send you. And then once we can get that foray going, I'll let you know.
Alright.
Sounds good. I'm down.
Well, this is not something for right away, but
Whenever.
I suppose I don't know what much there is for you to do, but if you have any knowledge about the sewers and anything of the sort, or any of you have any more contacts with the less savory elements of society, that may be a good time to leverage that knowledge when we go into this foray. But don't let me keep you. It's far too early in the morning to be talking about this kind of things before having, coffee. So I'm going to procure that, and I'll see you when I see you.
All right.
Stay safe, friends, and also try not to break the law too much.
Can't make me.
I mean,
What?
I think you
Didn't
need to
say
have
that.
the connections or criminal connections feat to use this feat.
Yeah, I think I actually took the... Yeah, never mind. I'm stupid.
Criminal.
So, with that said and done,
Turns out a teleportation circle costs 500 gold pieces to operate for 1 day.
That is a lot.
That's
Think
by
about all
the
people I'm paying
rules.
you.
Very expensive.
like I was saying, sorry. Detective Benno Welker walks away, leaves you behind in the shop so you can finish your shopping trip. If it's not yet finished.
I've got everything I sort of hard think we need. Without getting weird and buying recipes or something. Buying runestones of greater fluffery +4.
Greater fluffery.
Yeah, I don't know.
Essentials, yes.
What does it do? Does it dispel Kitsune human form?
Alright.
I'm sorry, what?
Only when I hit. No, I'm just. Everything I need, unless I'm gonna buy a runestone with the rune on it or something,
Alright.
which is a bit pricey. So I'll rather have the 50% off thing.
Is there anything else you guys are looking into while in town?
I think that's it for me.
That's it at the moment, yeah.
I feel like we wanted to buy something, but maybe we did already. I'm not sure. But
I bought some things. I did the math, by which I mean I pushed the buy button.
Oh no,
I
match
have
finder.
a. Yep.
all right, then I'm done, I guess.
I have some projects I'll get to at some point, but want to do other things first. Then again, I can probably do so on the ship with downtime because there's someone else flying it. Hooray!
All right. So you make your way back to the academy then, running up the sorry, the cable cars, and once you get there, just to get this out of the way, you meet yet another person who interposes your trajectory. None other than the foreign professor, Conversant Branislav.
Ah,
Oh,
He sees you all again, and you see that he's just kind of walking down the campus, holding a cup of tea, and he looks at all of you. Oh, hello. You're up early. Today, I suppose you're departing on a new adventure of sorts.
don't you know it?
Oh. Seeing as it's just us five here, not a whole lot of company to be had around, I suppose it's about as good a time as any to ask you. Have you, learned anything more about our draconic friends?
Only that the Watchy one gets around a lot.
By which you mean?
Is-
They did
There's
something.
there's one of these towers that's around the landscape that this one seems to be in an anti-magic field of some sort.
Oh,
And
anti-magic.
and we're not sure if he set that up or if that was there to begin with, but he did leave us specifically a note about how he could help us deal with that, which seems slightly odd.
I never seen a dragon using an anti-magic field before. Definitely not the kind of stuff they would do. They thrive on magic. I don't see why they would want to be done with it.
Well, you see, if it's a really big dragon, sometimes they hope to shut down spellcasters and just use their physical strength instead.
Also, did you say that it was inside of a tower? The note that
Yep.
he left? How big is the
Yep.
tower?
Approximately yay big.
That doesn't seem right. If a dragon was around an anti-magic field, they wouldn't, be in their true draconic form. They would not be able to hold their shape-shifting abilities. So I don't see how a large, big dragon, would be able to get inside a small tower.
Well, he seems to be well connected, so it's entirely possible he had someone else leave the note there instead.
True.
Which is kind of concerning, knowing that this dragon has other people working for him that knows about his draconic secret, or is that he's just that convincing?
I think he's just paying them well and then tells them to do things.
Yeah,
Then
I
again-
hear people like to pay to ask no questions.
Yeah, I mean, so long as the person doesn't bite more than they can chew, because you don't want to, do wrong by a dragon. Can be very deadly. I don't
Well,
suppose there were any inconspicuous dead bodies around there, were they?
Didn't see any.
no, if anything, they'd probably be eaten by wyverns or something.
Wyverns.
Which, Yeah, there's wyverns sort of infesting that mountain range. We've been clearing them out slowly, but it takes a while.
Oh, well. Well, in any case, if this is the case, this dragon must, well, this dragon, Zoldor, must really trust whoever it was to take an anti-magic field and put it in there, and then leave a message.
Well, once again, I don't know if he put the field there because each of these towers has had something blocking their use before we
Oh, so it could have already
got
been there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, so someone else set the anti-magic field, and then Zoldor came after that.
Possibly.
That's an interesting prospect.
Yeah. We'd rather not have to fish the answer out of him. Because he'd probably do it in exchange for one step closer to godhood.
The answer being, what's the secret of the tower, or?
How to stop the anti-magicness.
Because supposedly he knows.
You don't know how to do that?
No.
It is not currently within our skill set.
Wow, what are they teaching in this academy?
Never.
Nothing to counteract 7th level spells.
Wow. Well, that is
I don't
fair,
actually
I
even know what level it
suppose.
is.
The
8th level, oh my.
Well, if you are a powerful enough spellcaster, you can always dispel it. If dispelling it is not an option, because you're not a particularly powerful spellcaster, some spheres of anti-magic can be disabled through other means. What was the origin? Was it a creature? Was it what was it?
Did we decide it was a weird glowy sphere thing?
A weird glowy sphere around the tower.
Describe.
Well, inside the tower, not around it.
Can you describe this sphere a little bit better? Did it do anything? Did it make some noise?
Invisible? When we moved my spear that had light cast on it through and back, it would go out and come back.
Oh, that's the anti-magic properties. So, this sphere was a tangible object? Did you touch
Nope.
it?
I think I tried to poke it with a stick. I contemplated what would happen if I chucked a sphere of cosmium at it, but that's a waste of cosmium, I think.
So you poked it with a stick, and did it move? What happened?
I do not recall.
Well, that's kind of troublesome, but if I were to wager a guess, if it is a tangible sphere, you can just grab it and move it away. Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Well, except I was like the only one who could do that because everyone else seems to feel like their life force is getting sucked out of them or whatever.
Oh, it's being in an anti-magic field can do that if you're a spellcaster of any kind. It's a particularly unpleasant feeling, but you're not actually in danger.
I don't know, I feel like that solution seemed like a bad idea for some reason. But maybe that's just because
Why is that?
I don't know, I guess mostly because we have no idea what's going on and it feels soul-sucky.
Question, Knick-Knack. Do you not remember what happened when you touched it with the stick?
It like disintegrated.
The player does not recall.
Does nobody remembers what happened in that tower?
Yeah, I thought it disintegrated and pulled in, didn't it? Because it like warped, it like stringified.
Oh yes, that's when I brought up the angel hairification.
Yes.
Okay, yes, that one. It's been a while.
Well, which is why there's three other players to help you remember the things you don't.
Yep. Except it's been a while. Hooray. Yes. And right, Meta was considering thinking it towards him or something. Yes. Okay. I perhaps regale the fact that it appears to be some manner of black hole.
What's a black hole?
It's like a white hole but black.
Oh my god, what's a white hole?
Oh boy.
So
It's like a black hole but white.
Going down a rabbit hole.
Huh?
Yes.
it spaghettified the stick then.
Yep. It sucked it up.
So it is some kind of magical device that is sucking the magic out of the area and yet has magic enough in it to destroy things. Well, how big was it, do you remember? This sphere.
Don't recall. My brain says it was like...
a baseball.
Yeah, it's smaller than I was thinking it was, but... That.
So, around 3 inches in diameter?
Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, then... Might end up being a little bit expensive and far too heavy, but if you find a lead box that is lined with lead walls of around 5-inch thickness, then should be able to contain the magic within. Or the effect.
It feels far too simple of a solution, but I also want that to be the solution so I can throw it in Zolder's face.
Valid.
I just fear that finding a lead box that is 5-inch thick walls and everything will be a bit heavy. Potentially expensive also to get it going, but well, if you get that, and I assume you can just go there, carefully close the box around this sphere, and the lead within should stop the magic influence from coming in or out.
So I need a 13-inch cube of lead with a hole in the middle. Interesting.
Well, I haven't seen the thing myself, but from what you're telling, I would suppose that that could be a solution. As a matter of fact, because none of you seem to remember. This, what he is describing, looks eerily like the same effect that you have seen the session prior to you figuring out the tower, which was when you went to Claire's birthday and Merc got a pendant that was magic, but the magic could not be sensed because it was inside a lead box.
Ah.
Gasp. Lead is anti-magic metal.
Well, it doesn't let the effect go through metal.
It just seems like it would get sucked in.
Yeah, that it would get stringified.
Which is why I said do it carefully. But I suppose
Yeah, it should.
the least dangerous way of doing that would be to be a powerful enough spellcaster and dispel it, but...
Yeah, I tried, but that didn't work.
Oh, maybe one of these days you can do it.
Okay, the campaign's going to level 17 at least, guys. Anti-magic
Yay.
field is an 8th level spell.
Complaining,
Yes, it
that
should.
sounds good.
Let's see, a lead box of about that size should weigh 86 bulk.
Oh my lord!
So you think that having the box would not be proper, but you could have lead plates and then build the box on the spot.
But they needed to be 3 inches thick specifically. At least.
Yeah, thick
No,
enough plates.
5 inches.
Well,
Actually, 5 inches of lead is terrifying.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't need necessarily to be 5 inches, but you want the thickness of the lead to be thicker than the thickness of the object itself that is emanating the aura, and because you're not entirely 100% sure on the measurements, he just kind of highballed it a little bit. But you can make do with less. 3.5 inches should probably do it.
I take it we can't just wrap the ball in lead foil and call it a day.
I don't think that's enough lead.
Well, nonetheless, that's a very valid science experiment you're going on about, but that was not quite what the direction I was expecting the conversation to take. I was actually wondering if you have heard or learned anything more about our draconic friends. Clearly Zoldor is going around, but have you heard anything about Jurgenot?
We gave him an egg.
What?
Yes.
We gave him a wyvern egg.
We had a bunch of wyvern eggs lying around.
Why did you do that?
It seemed the thing to do. I mean, he didn't get to come with us, so we gave him a wyvern egg.
So...
A constellation prize.
It's like going to an amusement park and then bringing back a shirt as a memento.
That's it. Yeah, sorry.
My wardens went wyvern slaying, and all I got was this lousy egg.
Well, well, if you did not get offended, then cheers.
He didn't seem to be. And we hear that a lot of those wyvern eggs are headed up to Lignia.
Makes sense.
I'm sure that won't be a problem.
Someone up there wants them.
Yeah, makes sense, I suppose. There's people in Lignia, they love them. They're dragons and dragon-like things. Oh, hopefully nothing too bad comes out of that. But I suppose you are lucky in some way, shape, or form. I can't imagine showing up to the Blizzard of the West with a wyvern egg and not getting squished afterward.
Well, why? I mean, it was given with friendship.
I think a proper dragon might have objections to you thinking, dragonkin, I must give this to the dragon.
Oh, well, I did.
Well, you're alive to tell the tale, and that's good. So let's count that as a victory.
I'd say he seemed confused, but I wasn't there, so I can't say that.
He did seem confused. I was confused that he was confused.
Well, otherwise, I don't think there's much else going on. All I've been hearing is that Yurgonaut here seems very, very excited, but also concerned about the Manticore is another flying ship that's going on, and apparently he wants to have a whole fleet of flying ships in the future.
Yep, not that anyone but myself seems to have any ley lines charted. But they seem to be doing the sensible thing and not using the flying ship as a flying ship.
Oh,
Which seems a bit odd, but that's just me.
Go on.
We did meet an ambassador from Mitos. We took him to the academy.
You see that Branislav kind of hisses a little bit when you mention me, and it's like, and what did he want?
Horse folk he was, and wanting to learn shipbuilding he did.
And backwards speak he do.
You see visible pain in Branislav's face as you imitate the Mitosian dialect, and he kind of, yes, I see.
It doesn't he's.
Oh yes, also it appears that our Elder Watchery friend seems to be recruiting engineers for his own airship project, I think.
That is... should be expected, I suppose. You see...
Maybe he wants to sabotage them, so people would prefer his way of transportation to ships, you know? Like bleeps. Who knows?
I think there's more to it than that, actually. I suppose that you are wardens, and from what I have heard, you are going on about those ley lines, defeating titans, and channeling those titan souls.
Yep, and summoning demons while we do it. Maybe you should come around next time to ward them off.
And screaming plants.
Sure, I mean... if you have me along. However, what I am imagining is that now that you're in the known, probably you're gonna want those new wardens to defeat titans and then carry him along to do the whole channeling thing.
That's going to get weird because you know the Elder Watcher is going to come.
Well, and I don't doubt that Elder Watcher is going to try and do the same, actually. Try and sweet talk his way into the ears of those new wardens, so... all which has happened to you this past few months is about to get repeated, but with different people. That's what I think. I might be wrong.
Well, he's definitely trying to sweet talk people, I can say that much.
True.
I feel like we need a sign somewhere that says Do not approach this man.
Oh,
You
that
get
is
diabetes in your ear if you do.
that is something I can try to get going. I can try and let people know these men are not to be trusted. This dragon, rather.
That's a good thing. I mean, somebody gets up with him, they're going to find themselves blackmailed soon in some way, shape, or form.
Indeed.
The tax collector would know.
What I'm also thinking is that while that would deter people from, approaching them to begin with, eventually I'll be found out.
Yeah,
True.
that's the problem.
So I need to keep coming with new strategies to keep this game afoot. Which is to say, this is not a solution. It's just something to, give us a little bit more time.
Yeah, no, the only solution I can think of is to stick an anti-magic ball of annihilation into a box and chuck it at him.
I mean,
That should
if
solve
it works, I guess, but damn.
Well, unless of course he controls it somehow, in which case that's a bad idea.
Well, the two solutions that I was thinking of, the first is, like the Blizzard said, if we eliminate them. But
That was my suggestion, yes.
well, but preferably the other solution that the Blizzard said, which is to convince them that they are better off working with the Blizzard for the Blizzard rather than on their own, doing whatever it is that they're doing here.
I mean, as it stands, they probably don't know that there is an ancient dragon that knows of their existence and sits in the precipice of, do I destroy you or do I not? Admittedly, that will also send both of their paranoia reeling, because that's like 90% of the reason why they're trying to get more powerful.
Yeah, definitely letting them know that there's a bigger kid in the block is dangerous, unpredictable, and it could lead to all of us dying. But I would like to believe that there's a way that this can all end amicably. It might not be possible, but I have my hopes.
It would be nice, because all this skullduggery is kind of irritating.
Well,
Oh,
you're in the
Isn't it-
cities. This is what is to be expected when, dealing with the cities and city people. What were you going to say, Wildek?
Oh, nothing. I was going to say, isn't that the way of dragons? Skullduggery, intrigue.
Oh, yes. Also, that is the way of dragons from what I have seen, but...
At the very
dragons...
least,
And
dragons
vampires.
Or at the very least, dragons that pretend that they're not dragons.
Dragons
Kind of inherently skullduggery.
can change, and... From what I've heard from some people before... The Blizzard, forever ago, used to be much like Zoldur and Jurgenad, except more proactive about doing bad stuff. But then some people came along and changed his way of viewing things. And I guess they did overpower him, but then told him, hey, we can't kill you,
Stop.
but we're letting you live as long as you change your ways. That's an option, I suppose.
It's hard to believe somebody could get one over on a dragon like that and get him into a position where he was vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, my kind of guardian of sorts who told me that story, and I believe him. Guardian. It's been so long. Nonetheless, that is a last resource plan, is you all get powerful enough, and then we overwhelm a dragon. And
So,
change dragons, and then change their outlook on life and things by force. Doesn't seem all that right, but at least they don't get to destroy the world, or whatever it is that they want to do.
That does sound slightly like the plan that resulted us dying one time, but yeah.
I'll be right back, also.
Alright.
Speaking of which, do you know anything about the claw marks?
The claw marks.
At least it didn't tear out our hearts and make us immortal or something.
And I suppose you explained to him the whole deal with the claw marks.
Yeah, I pull my shirt down a little bit and I show the 2 claw marks that go through and tell him I used to have 3 of them, but one's disappeared now that we kind of invoked the power of the Titans.
He ponders and wonders for a while. Well, I have no idea, really. I suppose that when you have no more claw marks, something happens.
Sounds like a thing that I thought of as well.
We think that it's a contract of some sort, but we're not sure if, well, I'm not sure if we had these before we died and we got new ones after we died and agreed to. No, we woke up with marks on our chest, didn't we?
We did.
What I'm thinking is either one of 2 things will happen. There is the possibility that these claw marks have something to do with the contract, and once they're gone, the contract is no longer binding, not magically at least. So if you break the contract, all he can do is sue you through the mortal courts of law, and that's about it. Or the other thing is that these claw marks are actually something that he did to you when you perished and lost your memories. So either you'll recover your memories, or it's something to do with the resurrection ritual, and once they're gone, you will die for real.
Oh no!
That's all I can infer, really.
That last one sounds a bit anticlimactic as well as awful, so let's not operate under that assumption.
Yes. I don't see that would be the way that it works, but if I'm honest, I've never seen this before, so who knows, really? Could be anything.
Well, it's... knowing that it doesn't seem to be standard procedure is information.
Oh, in any case, there's... I don't know much. I can try and ask that to the Blizzard and see if he knows anything about it, but...
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Well, alright then. I'll try and get another meeting going with him, and then ask about that, those call marks and contracts. See what's what. Um. Well, so I suppose
That'd be one way to turn around the entire campaign all at once. Oh yeah, the thing you're doing, it will kill you.
Oh no.
But nonetheless, if I'm afraid I don't have a whole lot of updates, you don't as well. So I'm going to be asking the Blizzard about the claw marks on your chests, and I suppose trying to get a campaign of don't join this crazy cooks going on.
I'd say misinformation, but I'm not sure that's true.
Well, you see, the thing with misinformation is that
It's a lot of fun.
well, it can be fun sometimes. The problem really with misinformation is that once they find out that you're lying, all of your credibility goes out the window. It would be much better to say, hey, don't join them, and then leave people to make their own investigations, because then, like it or not, it'll be up to them to start trying to cover up their own marks and make sure that they're not found out, which is a way of distracting them.
Right, all I'm hearing is you're not good enough at lying.
Oh,
If you think you can do better.
Maybe I can with my social skills, yeah.
My criminal connections I don't have.
Yet.
I took this feat that lets me use a feat I don't even have yet. Shit.
Shut up!
I'll try and do what I can. No promises.
Thank you.
We thank you for helping.
Indeed.
Yeah, of course. And good luck with the whole lead box thing.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one.
And don't let me keep you from doing whatever it is that you're doing.
Getting ready to go after a healing titan.
Best of luck with that.
Yeah. I hope we have something that does negative energy damage. It resists everything we can do.
Yeah, I can do that, but I don't think that Pasperon would be very happy.
Your thought is Ghost Touch. 4th level, ugh, that's expensive.
Yeah, I'm not casting 4th level spells.
No, 4th level item.
Ah,
I don't know if there's a Ghost Touch spell, there might be. That will negate the damage resistance. So will force damage, so Magic Missile will be good. Let me actually have a look. I might do something while I'm in town. Let's see. Trait. Bomb. Lesser alignment ampule. No. Light bomb. No, that's poison damage. Bottle lightning. Dread. That's mental damage. Huh. Necrotic bomb. There we go.
necrotic bomb?
Yep. Deals 1d6 negative damage, and on a critical hit, the target is sickened. Maybe I should go and get a recipe for this so I can prepare them.
Alright. While you do that, I'm going to ask Pasperon if she minds if I cast harm.
If you cast harm.
Harm.
So,
I don't think it's an evil spell.
it's not particularly evil. The deal with harm, however, is that you have that feature called Divine Font,
Yeah.
which
And it doesn't work on that.
yeah, which means that you can use your extra cleric slots to cast either heal or harm or bow or one of the other, depending on how you choose. Because Paspron is a good entity, a good
Yep.
almighty, you can only use those slots to cast heal. There's no
Correct.
problem with you casting harm. However, you have to use your regular spell slots for that.
That is correct. But I just wanted to make sure, pray, see what I feel out there. I'm not going to use this on town folk or anything. I'm going after, a Titan. This seems to be a good way of doing it.
So as you're praying, someone that does not notices you kind of bumps against you as they are walking around, and you're like, "Oh, sorry," and they're also, "Oh no, sorry, I didn't see you. It's all good, fam," and they give you a thumbs up and moves on.
All right. So it's good. It's good.
Are you sure that's how prayer works? That just seemed random.
Random is the way to go.
So, Doug, what is the price for a third level recipe?
For Mula, let me see.
Yeah.
Third level, you said.
Yep.
Formula. Ah, yes, love me, you. Sometimes finding things in Archives of Nexus is so easy, sometimes it's... Here we go. Third level is 3 gold pieces, or golden crowns, rather.
Okay. Well, I shall spend 3 gold pieces and add Necrotic Bomb Moderate to my formula list. That said, hopefully we don't actually even need to use that. Because our job is to find out, are you doing evil things? And if not, cool, thumbs up. To have the necrotic handy just in case.
Sure. So, you're all then, after readying yourselves up, departing to go to the Titan of Healing?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right?
I guess so.
Okay, alright. Fine.
Preparing spells, we said negative damage or anti thingy, and something else
Yep.
we know?
Negative damage is its weakness, but if you can deal force damage, that's also good.
Alright.
And if you can somehow bestow Ghost Touch.
Touch, he says.
Ghost.
Because as great as it is, I don't feel like spending 75 gold pieces for this one instance. Just yet.
Yeah, I get that. Let me see what I can do.
Alright. You depart. As you're flying eastwards along the ley lines.
Yep.
Let's see, this takes 13 hours, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We should also probably stop at that tower while we're also
You
learning about directions.
You fly and fly along, and at the end of the day, you make it to about the southern place of power in Mount Charhoffen. There is a... what's it called? A titan there that you have not even figured out what it is yet.
True.
Maybe we should take a look out the window and see what it looks like.
You would need to fly way down. Also, it's nighttime. It's really hard to do any kind of recon.
Well,
Nonetheless, there is a tower a few miles further along the ley lines.
Yep.
As it happens also. Which you have never been to. You never followed that ley line to go that direction to see the heck's going on over there.
Oh, should we stop?
Of course
at
we
least
will
light the
stop. We
brazier.
have to investigate. Alright, gang, let's split up.
no.
Alright.
Let's just put down a few projects to do at different times.
So you fly another little bit, another hour and a half, and it's around 11:30 in the evening, but you've made it to this tower. Conveniently along the road, but also along the ley line. And you tell Meldon, the pilot, to touch down, and he does. And
Oh my god, such a good sports player.
Yes.
thankfully, there's no anti-magic whatever nonsense going on, because the ship functions perfectly, nothing stops working, and you just manage to land. Some of you start throwing your light cantrips around to illuminate the surrounding areas as best as you can, while Meldon tries to land the ship. And once you do land the ship, very close to the tower, what do you do?
Well, we get our light spell on the spear and then try to go up to the tower and look in.
Alright. You walk up to the tower and you just see that there's a lot of little things left behind in front. There's like animal skulls and a bunch of like little well, things written in dirt and in blood and whatnot all over the place.
Oh my gosh. Does it look like somebody's been making sacrifices here?
Are you so excited?
There's also the signs they read, things like "Go away" and "You're a murderer" and stuff like that.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Did you
no.
bring the spirit box? Is there a Luigi board here?
Luigi? Yeah.
What?
All right. Continue looking around cautiously, because it sounds like there's something ghostly or spiritly or something here.
All right. Looking around very cautiously, you see that apparently a lot of people have left behind notes and messages and threats of some kind. None of these marks match with one another, so this seems to be some kind of like mob job against someone.
Perhaps a previous owner of this
By walking,
tower.
by opening the door of the tower and looking inside, you notice a kind of weird scenario going on. You see that the place is completely trashed. There's just things broken all over the place. Crates, shelves, everything's just absolutely trashed. However, in the middle You do see that there's a large cauldron that is warm. You can even feel the warmth emanating from the cauldron that is on where the pyre would be. Except there's no fire going on. The cauldron is there, it's very warm. Inside of it there's a bubbling liquid of some sort. And there's what appears to be some kind of newspaper clipping of sorts that is just kind of flying around the cauldron, almost as if it has like a mind of its own and is flying in circles very slowly, mostly just kind of waiting to be snatched out of the air.
This is so weird.
I feel like we should snatch this out of the air.
Well,
Should
go
we?
get it.
Yes, go get it, short person.
I can fly up there. How far is it away?
Oh, it's regular height.
Boots
probably
to say to a
within-
short person.
You're taller than I am. Yeah, it's about non-small creature height.
In any case, the cauldron is like a regular sized cauldron. It's on the floor pretty much, and the paper that is flying couple feet away from the cauldron, going in circles around it. And the cauldron is a regular cauldron. Every one of you, from a standing position, you can see inside of it. Some maybe
Right, you said
Wildak. Come again?
You said it had a bubbling liquid inside of it.
Yeah.
Maybe Wildak and Knick-Knack, if you stand on your toes, you can actually get you to look over the brim and actually see inside. And yeah, there's bubbling liquid within.
Maybe try to throw something into the liquid just to see what happens. Like maybe from a distance away.
Should I get the stick?
Yeah. It's the solution to everything, honestly.
I mean, there's a reason why a 10-foot pole is standard traveling equipment.
Let's step back and poke it.
I think we should probably just try and read the note, though. It probably has more information.
Alright.
So Lex, you get it. You're tall,
Medium, but okay.
i.e., you can fly.
I'll do it, and then I'll probably get electrified or something, but it's okay.
You say that, and the piece of paper is flying like 5 feet up from the ground, within pretty much everyone's reach.
Oh, I thought it was high up. Okay. Yeah, I'll get
Nah, it's person height.
Yeah.
No, it just means that Knick-Knack is shorter than 5 feet.
it.
It's
So,
true.
Lenlos,
So is Wildak.
I'll send you a thing on Telegram,
Oh my
boy.
god, secrets.
so you can read it out loud for your friends.
Or lie.
Or lie.
That sounds fun. Maybe I'll make something up.
Easy
Follower
one.
follower of Eaglebeth, recently exiled. Anna's crimes involved desecration, extensive larceny, and embezzlement. Crimes traced to the restaurant in inner city where the she coldly orchestrated leader's demise. Some words are missing in this, but okay. Final order was reclusion, compensation, or exile.
This is weird. It's like they're cursing people or something.
Yeah, also written in a weird way where some words are missing. Maybe that's a clue, I'm not sure.
Oh no, they're Mythosian.
The
Yoda people, yes. No.
the newspaper clipping reads this, and you can see there's a picture of a lady, and she just looks insane. This woman that is featured in this newspaper clipping.
Ah.
Maybe they're driving people insane here, putting curses or something on them. And where's the brazier that's supposed to be here? And what's with the cauldron?
I think the
cauldron
brazier is.
front.
I think the brazier is heating the cauldron or something.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I'm guessing this is the setup of this Anna person who has probably chosen to be a recluse or an exile.
We encountered an Anna before.
Nope.
Really, right?
No, I don't think so.
It's statistically likely that you've done so in your life at some point, but
I mean,
you have
yeah.
you have never met any of the people who operated these towers. Not any one of them have been alive that you have met.
yeah. It's probably an old thing. Also probably why they're speaking funny.
Yeah.
I'll scratch the cauldron with my spear. Is it made out of cosmium?
It does seem to be made of Cosmore, yes.
Can I just a quick thing? This is like the third time we arrived somewhere and we are kind of sent back to gather more information, and we paid 2 times for not doing that. We might just go back and to the inner city and look for the restaurant thing before we touch or poke anything. Just a thought.
It's already been poked.
Well, that's
Alright.
that's
Alright.
that is the problem. It mentions inner city, but there's no information in this article of where this inner city might be.
Correct.
Yeah,
Fair
it
enough,
could be
fair
the
enough.
nearest city, but these towers also move.
Yeah, that's a
Um,
problem.
This might be a cauldron or Knick-Knack's new helmet.
It's a bit. I can fit inside it. It's not a helmet.
His
It's
new
made out of
armor.
Cosmore.
Suits.
New transportation tool. Put wheels on it.
Get inside the cauldron, will carry you around like a prize you are.
Let's get this liquid out of it, and then we can see if there's insignia to Igglebeth on it.
Why?
I mean, so is this cauldron in place of a brazier? Is it on top of a brazier? Is it attached?
It seems like it's
One unit.
It seems to be in the place where the brazier would be if the brazier was there.
Okay. Well, I do recall from my studying that you can reshape Cosmore relatively easily, so they've probably reshaped the brazier into a cauldron. I'm not sure if the problem here is that we just reshaped the cauldron back into a brazier.
I don't have something that does that.
With my knowledge of the alchemical, can I figure out the heck is going on in this cauldron, if
Mm.
anything?
Not necessarily in the cauldron, but I will ask everyone to give me a secret perception check.
Alright.
Secret perception.
My favorite.
Boop.
I'll be needing those checks from everyone.
I am rolling.
Roll
faster.
harder, better, stronger.
Roll stronger.
Pull down the hill, yes.
So, you rolled ridiculously well in your perception checks, and you think that maybe there is some clue that you have overlooked.
Ah.
So you start looking around the room, and the whole room is trashed. There's broken shelves, crates, and everything. And looking around, Knick-Knack, your alchemical mind immediately flares up because you smell all kinds of alchemical components that are just spread around the room. And you do find several little containers of alchemical doodads that are still not broken, that are intact somehow amid this destruction.
Well, that's handy.
So you do find, I'm going to just post it in chat, one vial of, well, one acid flask, one alchemist's sphere, You find 1 bottled lightning. You find 1 frost vial. You find 1 bottled lightning moderate. You find 1 necrotic bomb moderate. You find 1 sulfur bomb moderate. You find 1 blight bomb greater. And you also find 1 thunderstone greater.
Medium rare, yes.
Ooh, graters. That's tasty.
So what's that stuff do, Knick-Knack?
This is basically the stuff I chuck at people to make them explode.
Ah,
So you're not entirely sure why precisely, but there seems to be a lot of just alchemical components and ingredients around the room, and you're having no idea what's bubbling inside the cauldron, but you're inclined to believe that there's some kind of alchemical concoction shenanigans
Maybe it's
going on.
all of those things just mixed together.
I mean, most of these detonate upon exposure to
Oh my god.
air.
They were
So-
making Powerpuff Girls here.
Mm. Dash of nice, yes.
Okay, so don't know if I need to chuck these in here or if these just count as loot. Does this count as a dungeon?
No.
Okay.
I
That
mean-
also answers the other question of, does my 70 gold blob count as loot?
Well,
hold on.
for the specifics of your assignment, any money that you earn that is not handed to you by someone for work done counts as loot/dungeon, but it needs to be specifically gold coins or money,
Okay.
not things that are
Hmm.
worth stuff.
Okay. My bad.
It's okay.
Cool. So if we solved it correctly, it would have counted.
Yes.
Cool. So, do I get the vibe that these items are part of the solution?
Chemical solution or the riddle solution?
The riddle solution? Or is this just stuff?
I'll say that. Well, I'll need a check for that, I suppose. I'll call this a secret perception check, or let me see what skills could be used in this. Yeah, I'll just call this perception check, secret.
Okay.
You cannot be sure, Knick-Knack.
And I have no idea what the mixture bubbling in front of me is. And no way to find out with my power to investigate such things.
I don't suppose I have any kind of lore skills that applies to this, right?
Unless engineering or piloting lore counts, no.
Yeah, no, doesn't. I'll consider this a high DC crafting check, so give me a secret crafting.
Okay. The blind GM roll.
You, looking at the liquid inside the cauldron, you can tell that the cauldron is hot. There's no reason why it should be hot. There's no flames or anything around it. So you are sure that there's some some magical inclinations going on here. And while it's not unheard of magic being used to enhance to aid in the process of making stuff, clearly nobody's making anything here. So you think that both the cauldron and the liquid are in some way magically enchanted, as if something is expected to happen to the liquid or the cauldron to solve the puzzle. But by itself, it does not seem to be just a identifiable alchemical component.
Hmm.
It just seems to be some kind of magical liquid that might react to things you do to give you some sort of feedback on whether or not you're solving the puzzle or not.
Okay, it's possible that the article is saying basically these are what you need to shove in, like coldly orchestrated might mean frost vial. I don't know if there's an order involved. Or what desecration... Desecration might be necrotic.
Wait a minute, we're wanting to desecrate this thing?
No, she's desecrated,
Oh.
larcenicated, embezzled, coldly orchestrated, demise. Thing I can scarcely tell what things are attached.
Are you trying to connect the grinds to the vials used? Am I getting that right?
Yeah, I'm guessing we need to toss some of these vials in.
Right order, probably. Maybe?
Yeah. What happens if I put the necrotic bomb in?
Are you doing that?
Yep.
Okay.
Wilbeck stands back.
That's same for me.
You discard that necrotic bomb from your inventory then.
Well, I've not put it in there, but yes.
Alright. So keep that in mind then, please.
Yep.
You toss that in and nothing happens.
I was really hoping for some sort of result.
Maybe it only
Although the
make
potion
think
is
it's
consumed by the bubbling liquid.
Yep.
God, that stuff's supposed to be corrosive.
Yeah, I sort of went with that one because that's the stuff I have prepared. I have a spare of them. RCE? No, that doesn't. Why is everything capitalized?
No, everything. Yes.
Do not know how this connects, to be honest.
Yeah, same.
The from the door behind all of you, a figure enters the tower, and your pilot, Melding Jadre, says, "What in tarnation is going on here?"
There's a cauldron in here. It's deadly. You might not want to be in here.
Yeah, you kinda
Also,
track-
there seems to be some matter of riddle because for some reason people like sticking these in here.
Oh. Well, I was just going to ask if if we're hunkering over here for the night, or in the ship, or if we're continuing flight, or what we're doing. It's almost midnight, you know.
Can I show him the paper and ask if he has any idea if any of this means anything?
Sure.
Lex hands over the paper to the pilot.
And Melding picks the paper. Follower of Vigelbath recently exiled. Anna's crimes involves desecration, extensive larceny, and embezzlement. Crimes traced to restaurant in inner city where she coldly orchestrated leaders' demise. Final order was reclusion, compensation, or exile. I know who this broad is, but she looks mental. What's up with this? Is this the person who owned this tower?
What's the thing flying around the cauldron? So we assume it's connected.
Well,
I don't know if it's someone who owned the tower or if this is somehow a clue to this pile of junk here that we need to toss in.
Well, I was never really primed for these kind of wardening jobs and whatever it is that you all do, so I'll just be waiting by the ship. Whenever you're ready to go or to hunker down for the evening, just let me know, and preferably hunker down for the evening because I'm kind of tired. We've been driving all day, piloting.
We have, I know.
Yep.
So whenever you're ready to sleep, just come on in, and please try not to make too much noise because I'll probably already be catching myself some Z. So beg your pardon, but I'm going to leave you this brainy work with you all brainy people. He hands back.
You got it, boss.
He hands back the little note and goes to the ship.
Well, I've got nothing on this one. I don't even know where to start. I mean, there's a lot of things that are here. I mean, we can throw them in one at a time and see what happens, but they're going to be used up.
Yep.
Do you have something that's double cobalt? Knick-knack.
Yes. Necrotic bombs.
When you toss it in, nothing happens.
Yes.
Only something happens if you do it in the wrong order, and maybe this was the first one being right, but that doesn't make sense with desecration, or does it?
It seemed desecratey.
Larceny was what again?
I don't know. The only things I can... There isn't arson. Restaurant could be fire, for all I know, but...
I have two lightnings, which is weird, but...
I'm assuming that if we... I assume that we need to toss things in the right order and mistakes reset the puzzle. Which...
Yes, probably.
I can only reproduce some of these on a second go.
I think it's just best to hold on to them until we find out what to do.
If we need the sulfur or blight bomb, I'm absolutely not going to help with anything there. No checks I can make to get a tenuous lead from this note here, then.
You already did that and you failed.
Yep. Thought so.
So Knick-Knack has no idea in which way all of this relates to each other.
But the others didn't check yet, right?
I would
Correct.
try, but I want Eep.
Which one do we need?
Yeah, it's his eep time.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
How
Game's
about
gonna
if
end.
I check beforehand? Would Soulfuck Kingdom lore help me with anything of this crazy lady in a city?
Nope.
Big
Got
sleep in
Dragon
a
Boy
city.
lore, but
That Soulfuck lore will not help you in this case, no.
Got it.
One day.
So,
Well, I mean, I could take the stuff out of the cauldron. I mean, I could press the digitated out. It would take a while, but it would get out eventually. We can see if the symbol's at the bottom.
Yeah, but we're still not going to be able to activate a brazier. I don't know if this like magically transforms into one. If you get the answer correct.
well, how about we just take a sample of the liquid in the cauldron? If it is stable around the air, I don't think it's explode. So maybe you can analyze it somewhere.
I think it's a neutral mixture that you put things in for the puzzle to work.
Could still give a hint if you have a look at it. I don't know.
Can no one just perception the note or something? Secretly.
I can try. I mean, maybe I've heard of it. I've traveled around.
so Wildak, you're trying to get a clue.
I am trying to get a clue.
Alright, give me a secret perception check. Do you have any directions that you would want to approach this from?
Maybe who this lady was? Um,
So, in that regards, you think a bit about it, and you realize that, well, it's talking about a follower of Vigilbath. Clearly, this person knows secret things, and also, this magic cauldron is completely enchanted by magic. So, whatever is going on here, you think the solution in some way, shape, or form involves magic.
seems fair. I mean, maybe I could dispel it, but that would be tomorrow. I can't do it today.
And thinking about this person, this note and everything, Anna is a very common name. There's no last name, and followers of Vigilbath, they're pretty much scratched from history altogether. So, whoever this person is, it's nigh on impossible to figure out who they actually were. You think a little bit more about everything else that is being said here in this note, and overall it's a very weird note, especially in the follower of Vigilbath, which seems to be the title of this new newspaper clipping. And you know that everyone in the kingdoms would prefer to hide any kind of inclination that Eaglebath even exists, and that people who follow Eaglebath are around. So you don't think this is an actual newspaper clipping that an actual publication made. You think this was carefully crafted by the whoever owned this tower, maybe this Anna person themselves.
And they've come up with some sort of clue that is inside of the message, but I'm not able to discern it.
Why are there multiple options for the final order? That seems a bit weird. Like if it was like a thing that happened, it should be final order was. This seems like,
With what's going on and what Knick-Knack was saying, Looking around, Wildak, you seem to think that Knick-Knack was onto something indeed. With the things that have presented themselves to you, it does seems like those alchemical components, concoctions that you have found around the room, have to be tossed in, and in a specific order.
Yep, I think that it's like desecration, larceny, embezzlement, crimes traced to the restaurant. Because where they coldly orchestrated the leader's demise, that would be the cold. But I don't see how the other pieces go together.
Yeah, the thing we're missing is how the riddle itself connects. How the riddle provides the answers, basically.
Because fire is something, but I don't know, there's no arson that's in there like you pointed out before. And I don't know what embezzlement and crimes and larceny would do with acid or anything like that.
So, two things.
Or lightning.
First, when you think the coldly orchestrated leader's demise, and that somehow signifies cold,
Right, the frost vial.
you seem to think there is something there. You feel like you're very close to something. But secondly, you remember that this liquid in the cauldron is also magical, so there is also a magical solution to this. And
What? That is magic.
since it is game time and Vice is EP, I think I'll leave you all with this puzzle until next week.
Oh, homework. Oh no.
Homework. Oh no, yes.
How dare they do that to me when I'm the one who does it to them, right, Malice?
Yes. Is this how it feels like? Oh my god.
Oh no.
But otherwise, you have the pieces to solve the puzzle in a way. So, thank you guys so very much for playing. Delicious Pathfinder, Mathfinder, and Puzzle Finder.
Oh no.
And for the peoples over there at the streams, once again, thanks for watching and being around. And for you all, thanks for playing. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. And
Yeah, we did.
as always, as usual, we shall be seeing each other in a week or whenever the next game ends up happening if I don't get the plague again.
Please
I hope
don't.
you don't get the plague.
Hopefully not. So, to the people on the streams and the YouTubes and the whatnots, goodbye and have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
One thing I do want to do before we disappear, though,